Where? There, let's see. But yeah, they started on. Great. Yeah. Hold on. Thank you. No.
Of course, you might find it's very beautiful like I did. When I'm her time talk. It was just in the trees that look very.
But I don't think it'll be moving so.
They did say it was gonna be so much more than short.
Yeah, sure.
The worst luck.
I'm gonna kill you, you know, 9 hours just think of that.
All right.
That was the last one. Yeah. Yeah. Not a mean.
Yes.
10
Should be just on the case board. No, I'll just. No, I do. And sure, but even in person, it'll work it.
Right.
All right, good morning to everyone. We'll go back on the record and docket number 230832. I do have 2 read-ins to check on and any other administrative matters to flag this morning before we resume cross. Attorney Bogan.
Good morning, Chairman Gillette. We do have those read-ins. I believe they are read-in Q and read-in P.
Q and P, correct.
I will defer to Ms. Williams.
Great. Good morning. Read-in P was regarding the customer satisfaction numbers as reported in my testimony, as well as what was reported in our compliance filings. And the explanation there, we conduct both mid-year and year-end customer satisfaction surveys. The chart that I pasted into my testimony represented the newest customer satisfaction survey results that we had at the time of the filing, which were our 2023 mid-year survey results. That bar graph lists the 2023 mid-year results against mid-year results of the previous 2 years versus the year end. So the compliance filings referenced by Attorney Wheel reflect our year-end results. So just for clarity, the 2021 mid-year score was 91.7%. 2021 year-end score was 90.4%. 2022 mid-year satisfaction was 92.2%. 2022 year-end was 90.2%. And then 2023 mid-year was 91.1%. The full surveys for all of those are, since our last rate case, were filed in EOE 15 Exhibit 1.
Okay, so that was read-in P and then read-in Q, please.
Sure. In 2022, 28% of customers who were enrolled in RAP received H2O benefits. And then in 2023, 23% of customers enrolled in RAP received H2O benefits.
Very good, thank you. Any other administrative matters?
None of which I'm aware. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Any administrative matters from any other party or intervener? Okay, very good. Then at this time, we will resume cross-examination by the Office of Consumer Counsel with respect to the Customer Experience Water Repair and Assistance Program panel, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Tom Wheel from the Office of Consumer Counsel. I'm going to switch gears a little bit from where we ended off. And actually Attorney Govea is going to kind of pick back up on that line of questioning in a minute. I want to ask some questions about, there were some public comment hearings pertaining to this rate application that took place prior to the hearing, correct?
Correct.
And we already talked about some of those public comments pertaining to manganese. I think Mr. Patla testified that there was some follow-up with the customers who expressed those water quality concerns. And I think the chairman had some specific questions about how that follow-up happened. I just was wondering if that follow-up was conducted through your department, the communications department?
Yes, absolutely. It was through customer service. So following the public hearings, we did reach out to almost any customer who spoke if we were able to locate them and their contact information. Some of that follow-up happened in person after the hearings had closed, and some of it happened by phone following the hearings.
Okay. Thank you. And so one of those public comment hearings, I think it was the one where the manganese comments were made, took place at the Hall Memorial Library in Ellington on November 1st, 2023. Did you attend that hearing?
I did.
Okay. Did you hear Mayor Champagne from Vernon, apologies to the town of Vernon. Mayor Champagne of Vernon make some comments about the painting of fire hydrants?
I do recall hydrants being, yes, part of his comments.
Okay. And do you recall that he also had comments about that there had been issues with fire hydrants not working well when the fire department had tried to access them?
I do recall, and Mr. Patla was there as well, who's much more familiar with that section of Mayor Champagne's comments.
Well, my question for you was just whether there had been communication between the company and the town regarding that issue prior to or after the hearing.
There, with regard to the hydrants, we are in at least annual communication with the town of Vernon and all of our towns, as a matter of fact. They receive an audited inventory of our testing of the hydrants within their system, as well as so the audit is based on testing that's performed per the AWWA specification within their town boundaries.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Champagne particularly referenced during that hearing a house fire that had occurred on Talcott Avenue where a fireman was injured. And according to the mayor, there was absolutely no water pressure at the hydrant there. That was a quote from the transcript, the word absolutely. Just curious if there was communication about that particular incident between the company and the town.
We dispatched personnel to that fire as well and helped them in a corrective measure to use the hydrants in the area more operationally. What happened with that particular hydrant was it is on a dead-end street, and that they were pulling from a hydrant closer to the networked system. It for lack of a better term, robbed all the water available for that particular hydrant at the first hydrant.
Okay. And has there been communication with the town of Vernon or the fire department or the mayor's office generally about how that issue happened and how to avoid it in the future?
There has.
Thank you. Mayor Champagne also referenced that the company has canceled water main and fire hydrant replacements on 4 roads. Can he referenced that during the hearing. And Vernon's fire administrator, Mr. Wazalewski, also spoke about canceled projects, specifically referenced 2 projects that were discussed with the town in the last year. He spoke about that the town had put efforts into preparing for them. And then according to Mr. Wazalewski, the town was abruptly informed that the projects were canceled and was provided no reason for the cancellation. I was just curious if that matches the company's recollection of the communication about those canceled projects and whether there's been follow-up since.
I would have to ask for a late file on that, to get the specifics of those situations of cancellations. I can say, that we have, from a WICA main replacement standpoint, we have spent more through the WICA program in Vernon than any of our other 56 towns that we service. Not surprisingly, as an old mill town, there's a lot of old main that does meet the criteria for WICA replacement. And I'm just unsure of why projects would have fallen off a list, because partnership with the town and our ability to mitigate costs, specifically in restoration, is one of the key criteria that we look for that does help to put jobs in play for a certain year.
Thanks. So could I request a late file on that, just explaining, I mean, I don't know whether the projects were actually canceled. So I guess maybe explaining if there is an explanation of what happened there and whether there's been communication with the town regarding that issue. Does that make sense?
Okay, so that will be late file exhibit 75. And for clarity of the record, any late files issued this week will be due February 5th. So I think I'll label it, if this works, provide the specifics around the replacement of fire hydrants in Vernon since the last rate case. Is that captured?
I think it's water main.
Oh, it's water mains. I'm sorry. Replacement of water mains in Vernon since the last rate case. Is that accurate or?
Yeah, and perhaps if we could add something about whether any projects have been canceled and whether there's been communication with the town about canceled projects.
If any projects were canceled, provide the circumstances and any accompanying communications with the town.
Thank you.
I apologize, Chairman Gillette. I didn't get the first part of the description.
Very good. Provide the specifics around the replacement of water mains in Vernon since the last rate case. If any projects were canceled, provide the circumstances and any accompanying communications with the town.
Thank you.
Thank you. During that same hearing, Mr. Wasilewski also provided some comments regarding damage to the town's fire trucks. His comments suggested that the damage may have been due to older hydrants that hadn't been properly flushed. I was just, again, curious if the company had communicated with the town about that issue.
The only communication I'm aware of is my communication with our region manager of the area, who had not received that information from the town of Vernon.
Okay. So there was no follow-up after that public comment hearing with Mr. Wasilewski or the town regarding the fire trucks?
Again, I would need the follow-up. Maybe we can combine that into one late file.
Yeah, I mean, either works for me. It might make more sense as a separate late file just because it's a separate issue.
Sure.
So the question there would just be whether there had been follow-up communication with the town of Vernon regarding the damage to their fire trucks they spoke about during the public comment hearing in Ellington.
Okay, and that is late file exhibit 76, please.
Thank you.
I believe that was Vernon.
Yes, the fire truck damage was for the town of Vernon, but I was referencing the public comment hearing was in Ellington. And one last area I wanted to cover just about public comments. Is more specific to customer public comments aside from the water quality issues. I was curious if the company saw a written comment filed by a customer regarding a fire hydrant being installed on his property without notice.
Is that Mr. Dostaller?
Yes.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. And has the company been in communication with that customer about that issue?
I'm not sure if we have spoken to him as yet. That comment posted to the docket just last week, I believe. But we did look into the issue. That customer lives along the route of a WICA project, and as such was notified by letter that the project would be occurring. Hydrant replacements are a normal part of WICA work, as we've discussed, elsewhere in our conversation. The hydrant locations are coordinated with the fire marshal, and they're placed within the town right of way. So the customer may not have been notified directly about the hydrant being placed at his address, but the fire marshal was aware, and the hydrant is located within the town's right of way.
Okay, thank you. I noticed, did you happen to notice the date on the email, the copy of the email that was filed in the docket from Mr. DeSteller to the authority?
I did not. I'm happy to pull that up, or if you have it in front of you and can alert me to the date.
Yeah, well, the date on the document, which is already in the record, the date that Mr. DeSteller emailed Pura was November 10th, 2023. So I was just curious if the company hadn't heard from Mr. DeSteller prior to it being publicly filed.
Correct. We were first made aware of this issue when we saw that comment in the docket.
Okay. Thank you. Have you generally seen comments from customers with making the point that the company's proposed increase of over 18% is higher than the rate of inflation?
Yes.
Okay. And have you read comments that have been filed in the docket using terms to describe the requested increase, like extreme, ridiculously high, excessive, exorbitant, untenable, extravagant, outrageous, unacceptable, and absurd?
I can't say that I kept a list of all of those words, but certainly I am familiar with the customers' comments that have been coming in with regard to their feelings on our proposal. Yes.
And have you generally seen comments expressing that the proposed rate increase would be unaffordable for some customers?
I have seen comments for that, and that's why I'm really excited about the water rate assistance program expansion that we have also included in the proposal, which will provide a deeper discount to customers who are already income eligible for RAP and expand eligibility to customers in other higher income brackets.
Thank you. And with regard to the general comments that I referenced earlier, using the adjectives I listed, as a matter of communications in your role as VP of Customer Service and Communication, what's your response to all of these concerns about the magnitude of the requested increase?
Let me think on that for a moment, because I want to give you a thoughtful answer. I would say that the company, and myself included, are very aware of the economic pressures of, our current modern times and the rising costs everywhere, not just water. We've talked about a lot of those rising costs as part of this docket. Electricity, chemicals, supplies. And we know that our customers are facing those realities as well. Our expansion of RAP addresses that somewhat for expanding assistance to more of our customers. But I would say, in addition, that part of our responsibility to customers and the way that we need to serve them is by making the appropriate investments in their water system to ensure that they have clean, reliable water. We can't waver in our provision of water service to customers. And that does come at a cost, whether now or in the future.
Thank you. And with that, I'm sure after last week, everyone will be pleased to hear. I think that's my last question for this panel, but Attorney Gouveia does have some questions, so I'll pass it.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions about the testimony. So if you could look at page 21 of the Exhibit A6. It talks about how the company that bill collection efforts for final billed customers, which I understand to be former customers, those customers are referred to collections agencies, but collection efforts don't include wage garnishments, the addition of liens, or reports to credit agencies. Is that right?
Yes. Let me just pull up the page so we're looking at the same thing. It took me a little while to scroll there.
No problem.
That's correct. So final billed customers who are no longer served by the company, if they have a balance that exceeds 90 days, we do refer them to a collection agency. We do not utilize wage garnishment or the addition of liens. So it is possible that a customer may already have had an existing lien during their time as an active customer, but we do not apply an additional lien once they have had their final bill, and we do not report to credit agencies.
So touching on what you just said, so active customers are, the collections agents, the collections practices that you use against active customers includes placing liens on those customers' properties?
That's correct. And as outlined in our rules and regulations, we do have policies and procedures for placing liens on customers with certain balances, amount, and length of time past due.
So my understanding is that you might be getting into more detail about this in a late file exhibit, but I'm just wondering if you could expand on the customer's rationale or the company's rationale for applying liens to active customers, but then not using liens as a collections tool against non-active customers or former customers.
Sure. And I can definitely include this information as part of the already requested late files. But if we think about it from a practical matter, if a customer is no longer active, they have moved out of the residence in which we are providing water service. They're no longer our customers once they've left. Right? So we've provided them their final bill and are no longer communicating with them in the ways that we would be able to communicate with our current customers.
Is that the only sort of final billed customer that exists? Is somebody who's moved out of the residence?
I'm thinking on this because I'm trying to draw some examples, but that's certainly our most common final billed customer. If the customer is still residing there, unless they were to put in a private well or something like that, that it would be that they've left the service address.
Right. I'm just trying to technically, if you've disconnected a customer for lack of payment, and they don't reach out for reconnection, that could be a final billed customer, right?
Yes, it could.
So under this, sort of policy, a customer terminated for lack of payment who hasn't reached out for reconnection could be, wouldn't be subject to a lien, but an active customer would be subject to a lien. So that's the kind of dichotomy that exists there, right?
In your example, yes. In practice, that situation is fairly unlikely.
Okay, all right, thanks. Your testimony also states that customers experiencing medical hardship are taken off termination lists.
That is correct.
Does that mean that medical hardship customers are never terminated?
Medical hardship customers, per our rules and regulations, do have some documentation that they need to provide us to, while they are in a medical hardship situation. So as long as we do have that documentation, that is correct. The termination will not occur for anyone who's currently listed as undergoing a medical hardship.
So how does the company collect against customers who are protected from shut off because they are medical hardship customers?
Well, we do have a number of other, let's say, tools in our toolbox for collection. But, this is a situation where our responsibility to provide water service for someone in that situation rises to our responsibility to collect.
Okay, so what are the tools then that you have? What are the types of tools that you have?
Right, so we have reminder notices, payment plans. This is an example where we may file a lien on the property.
Okay, backtracking just a bit, I just wanted to ask about your whether the company, is it correct to say that the company doesn't use wage garnishments as a collections tool?
That is correct.
Could you explain your rationale for not using wage garnishments?
I'm not sure that I can provide you with, a rationale or historical account of why we have or have not. But at this point, we would not, because it is not listed in our rules and regulations as something that we are permitted to undergo.
Thanks. Would anyone else on the panel have any insight into why you wouldn't use wage garnishments?
If I may, through the chair, I think Ms. Williams just indicated it's not permitted under the rules and regulations.
Okay. Can I have just a second? And then on collections, when customers get referred to collections agencies, I was just wondering how much you know about what happens to a customer after they get referred to collections agencies.
So we do have, scripts and contracts with with any collection agency. But if we're talking about specifically the collection agency that we're currently using for final bill customers, we do provide that agency with direction and scripting. However, as we just talked about before, those folks are no longer our customers. So we don't typically, hear back from them in that way. At that point, they're working directly with the collections agency. They're contacted for about 3 months after the account is closed But, typically they're no longer our customers, so we're not hearing from them.
When you refer to collections agencies, do the collections agencies then provide you with assurances that they wouldn't? I guess I'm just trying to figure out how the company can affirmatively say that final bill customers that are referred to collections agencies aren't subject to wage garnishments, liens, or other collections practices.
I can confirm this for you in a read-in later today if you'd like, but we give direction
Direction.
to the collection agency.
Okay, thank you. So switching gears here, on pages 24 to 25 of your testimony, the company indicates that it measures customer communication effectiveness through Google Analytics and social media metrics, as well as critical mention. Is that right?
That is correct.
So I was wondering what data specifically is being collected through Google Analytics?
So Google Analytics is the tool that we and most anyone else with a website uses to see how many people are visiting your website, what they're doing when they get there. For instance, we could track the traffic pattern of people to our website and see, are they finding what they were looking for right away, or did they bounce around to a couple pages before they got to the destination that they were looking for? It helps us really design a user-centric website because we can see traffic patterns and what our customers are looking for to help them find that faster.
Okay, that's coupled with the information that you collect from Google Analytics, is that coupled with other social media metrics?
So they would all be, separate kind of categories and tranches of data that we can look at holistically to make communications decisions. But the social media analytics that I'm referring to here would be things that we would get from Meta, Facebook, Instagram, other platforms of that nature, YouTube, that show us how many people have seen our social media posts. What did they do when they saw it? Did they engage with it or not? It allows us to see what kind of content is, perceived as the most valuable, helpful, useful to our customers based on, their engagement with it and the footprint that the content ends up taking up in the space.
So what is collected? Is that same sort of information collected through critical mention?
Critical mention is our news media monitoring service. And that collects information on our media placements. So anytime a newspaper were to write a story that's something about Connecticut water or a TV station, critical mention would collect that data and when it ran, where, approximate audience size. This is great for us, especially when it's things like conservation requests or when we have, a great great program out like our Rain Barrel discount purchase program. Educating customers about our Water Drop Water Watchers program that's complimentary for third grade students in our service communities. There are a lot of things that we want to get out to a broad audience and generate awareness, and critical mention helps us track how well we're doing that in terms of getting it to media sources like newspapers, websites, TV news, things like that.
Is there so I was just wondering, is there overlap in the information that you get from critical mention and Google Analytics or other? There's not? No. Is that because it's critical mention is kind of taking information from different media outlets or?
Right. So they each serve a separate purpose, right? And Google Analytics and our social media data is tracking kind of efforts that, are within our control, within our ownership, right? Our website, our social media accounts. Critical mention is tracking things that are out there publicly that didn't weren't published by the company directly.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Can I just have a second? So thanks. That's all the questions from me. I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Will.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry, I have two more, I think. Is the company aware of Google Alerts?
We are.
And how does critical mention differ from Google Alerts?
A couple ways. First off, it allows us more comprehensive reporting and tracking ability to kind of collate all the results into one easier to understand report. Google News Alerts is going to give us kind of a list of things. Critical mention also does a good job tracking TV and radio mentions, which often you're not finding on a Google alert. So Google Alerts, they're, scanning the internet only. Critical mention will be scanning broadcast, radio, print, if something were in print and not online. So it's giving us a bigger, more accurate picture and the ability to kind of collate those mentions, those, media hits into one report to kind of get a better feel of the overall footprint.
Okay, what's the annual cost for critical mention subscription?
I can certainly provide that to you because I'm not sure if we have, I can't recall if we've called it out specifically in the application, but I would be happy to provide that for you even as a read-in today.
Sure, that could be a read-in.
Okay, I think we're up to R, which annual cost for a critical mention subscription.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and I'm sorry, do we know where in the schedule that's embedded, or is that part of the read-in?
That would be a helpful part of the read-in, Chairman. Great question.
Okay, was that clear, Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Last, maybe one question, maybe two. Following up on the wage garnishment questions Attorney Govea was asking, as you testified, as Attorney Bogan pointed out, it's your testimony that's against the rules and regulations. Are those the company's rules and regulations it's against?
It is not included in the company's rules and regulations.
Okay, and why not?
It just hasn't been our practice to engage in that. I think that if we were to look at it and decide that it would be an effective collections tool, that we would have come to this authority and requested a change to our rules and regulations to allow it.
Okay. Thank you. That's the final question from the Office of Consumer Counsel.
All right, thank you. So we'll transition to questions from EOE, Director Lopez. I'm sorry, Attorneys White and Wyman.
Good morning.
Morning.
Chris Parent from EUE. I have questions on two topics, and the first topic I'm going to try to make easy by cross-referencing to a handful of interrogatories that I'm not going to necessarily suggest you pull up.
Okay.
But I think it'll help to make the question very clear. The first topic has to do with the WRAP program, and it specifically relates to the usage caps that we posed some questions on. So EOE 6 provided details on the proposed cap, on the proposed WRAP, and it originally included an approximate cost of about 2.6 million for the 3 tiers enhancement. EOE 75 clarified that the cost of the proposed WRAP would be reduced to about 628,000. EOE 235 was looking for an estimate of the cost reductions if certain usage caps were instituted. And it appears that the reduction in costs would be approximately 1.6 and 942,000 respectively. So about 2.5 million. That contradicts the response in EOE 75. So I'm trying to understand how much would the implementation of a usage cap be in EOE 235, but I think it was in response to EOE 6 as opposed to the clarified costs in EOE 75. Does that make sense
Your question does make sense, and I just want to pull up EOE 235 to look at that.
Sure. I will say that there were different witnesses for EOE 235, and I think that might have caused the...
Yes, so what a lot of the interrogatory questions about WRAP are getting to kind of, what it's up to us in this room to figure out. We don't hold income information on our customers, and we're not proposing that we do. So when we talk about how the cost of implementation of this program, that's a really critical piece of data, right? How many customers would be eligible? So I think what you're seeing there is explanations on our various ways to kind of get at that estimate of how many customers would be utilizing the program. And I think we've also, I don't know if it was in EOE 235 or elsewhere, but we're not recommending a usage cap in the WRAP program. That's not part of the proposal.
I understand. I think what we're still looking for is what an estimated cost reduction would be if a usage cap was to be implemented. And the response to EOE 235 seemed to be based on the original cost estimate that the company came up with, not necessarily the revised one. We're just trying to have a sense of magnitude.
Yeah, I think that you are correct there, looking at these numbers,
So,
that it was on the original.
so I'm not sure if this would make it a late file or a supplement to EOE 235, but we're still very interested in how much the cost reduction would be implementing a usage cap on the current cost estimates.
If you'll just give me a moment, I'll see how quickly we can get that for you. Totally agree with you on the late file. If we can do that, that would be great.
Okay, so we are up to late file exhibit 77, which I will label as provide an update to EOE 235 based on the original EOE 6 cost of implementation. Is that accurate? No,
Actually, the revised EOE 75 cost.
based on EOE 75. Okay. Otherwise accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right.
So just to clarify then, is it accurate to say that the estimate from EOE 75 will be incorporated within late file 1? And I know it's subject to the WRAP where it would get trued up, but the estimate from the 3-tiered WRAP would come in at the revised EOE 75 estimate, not the original 2.6 million. Is that correct?
Correct. When you said late file 1.
Late file 1 is the late file that trues up all reconciling differences that are discussed and confirmed.
Errors or updates identified throughout the process.
Okay.
Late file one doesn't usually address rate design. So the adjustment we're talking about doesn't change the overall revenue requirement. It's a rate design implementation.
So then, sorry, maybe I was thinking about this one wrong. I thought the amount of the wrap would be a component to essentially increase the amount that would be needed in the revenue requirements to account for the estimate. And again, I understand that it would be trued up.
No, the revenue requirement is the same. But what happens is you have to design rates to collect more than the revenue requirement to provide for the offset. So if we come up with a revenue requirement of $100,
Sure.
you design rates to collect, you design rates that deliver $105 of revenue requirement to offset the 5, but all day, the revenue requirement's $100.
Understood. So where would this be reflected then, in order to ensure that the reduced 2.6 million to, I'd like to quote this correctly, 628,000 would be included correctly within the proposed rates then? I apologize for.
Yeah. What's typically happened is subsequent to a final order in the case, usually the first order or one of the first orders in the case is to provide a compliance filing.
Understood.
That does the rate design. It would be incorporated into that.
Thank you for the clarification. My second topic is actually one that was subject to some prior cross. And I might change my questions around just a little bit to get to not be redundant. Can the company explain what they're planning to provide in late file 69 pertaining to Invoice Cloud? I wasn't perfectly clear, and that late file exhibit might clarify some of our questions. This was a late file that authority staff had requested, demonstrating the credit card transaction fees versus other Connecticut utilities, I believe.
That's correct. So what we're planning to provide in LFE 69 would be the comparison of our Invoice Cloud fees, which Invoice Cloud calls transaction fees. Comparing those to the transaction fees that other utilities have expressed through other docketed matters.
So is that going to refer back to the actual contracts, or is it the transactional fees that were included in perhaps interrogatory responses or filings?
The latter. So in a couple of recent decisions, fee-free discussions have been a part of the proceeding, and in the record, other utilities have communicated the fees that they are being charged by their online bill payment provider. So we can compare ours to those which were publicly disclosed in other dockets from other utilities.
Okay, one moment. Just for clarification, so it's going to define the amounts. Will it also then demonstrate? I'll retract that. One of the two questions pertaining to this, I think that interrogatory will be very relevant for some of our questions, and I'll hold off on those. One of the interrogatory responses that came back on EOE 175, the interrogatory requested a copy of the original cost benefit analysis prepared by CWC's sister company, or any subsequent analysis performed. The company's response was, this documentation is not available. Can you clarify, is this a situation where there was not a competitive bid by the sister company, or the results simply cannot be provided?
We could not provide the results, and I cannot speak to whether or not a another subsidiary did or did not do a cost benefit analysis on their Invoice Cloud contract.
The original.
Correct.
So just to repeat what I think I heard is that we're not actually sure if they did perform a competitive bid assessment at their onset.
I am not sure at this moment in talking to you.
Okay. Okay. Last question, or maybe last concept, in case I have a follow-up in there. I was trying to understand the actual incremental cost increase from transitioning to Invoice Cloud from OSG. And I have a number of interrogatory responses jotted down on my piece of paper. But I think the easiest way to ask is, can the company point me to the response that would clarify the amount for both the test year and the rate year that was previously being paid? And it might be a per unit, because I understand the rates could have, the costs could have gone up on a transactional level versus, so before and after. I'm trying to understand what the cost increase was. Is that somewhere in the record that's clear?
So OCC 351 has that information for 2022 and
So the test year.
2023, correct? And I'm looking at that right now. It looks like that just shows because we had already transitioned to Invoice Cloud in 22, but there is another exhibit. If you give me a minute, I can find it, where we do compare the OSG costs by transaction to the Invoice Cloud costs by transaction, so that you can look apples to apples.
Sure.
And then apply the number of transactions if you'd like to. That if you give me a moment, it's definitely on the record. I could just find it. Or let you know at a later time, whatever, it's up to you.
I'm okay if it's a read-in, simply, I'm looking for the pre and post cost. So I'm looking for the cost increase that occurred.
Yep.
And there's a number of different responses that I have seen, but I'm not sure which one the company would believe to be the most accurate.
Okay, so that's read in S.
I think I did just find it.
Oh, okay.
I believe it's EOE 79.
Exhibit 1.
Pending my quick scroll here. There are 2 exhibits. I apologize. Computer must know you're waiting on me and is going a little slow.
That's okay. I overestimated my amount of time I needed.
Right, so EOE 79 Exhibit 1 shows the OSG monthly and transaction level fees for 2019, 2020, and 2021. And then continues on with Invoice Cloud fees, which began in 2021 and then 22 and 23. And it'll list out kind of cumulatively the spend, but I think what you're interested in is probably the individual transaction fees to compare apples to apples, the OSG costs versus the Invoice Cloud costs.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Frank Rogeri,
Morning.
EOE staff. First set of questions on estimated billing policies and procedures. If you could your response to interrogatory EOE 104, please.
Got it.
Okay. In your response, company stated that its customer information system limits it from providing the number and percent of customer meters that were estimated for certain time periods, such as 1 to 3 months, 4 to 6 months, et cetera. Further response states that if there were particular customers who received consecutively estimated bills and our office needed information on them, the company could look up the information on an individual basis. So the question here would be, is looking up customers on an individual basis the only way that the company has to determine this information?
Yes, so we would, if we can look at the bills at one given time, right? So we do not have a way to pull a database of, let's say, customers who have had estimated bills over 3 periods. However, we could look at an individual customer and see the number of estimated bills that customer has incurred.
Okay, so there's no database, no report that you could run to determine that number.
Unfortunately not.
Okay. Does the company determine the number of consecutive estimates only when it prepares that customer's next bill?
Yes, but I think what we've discussed elsewhere in the docket is that we make every effort to avoid estimated bills, both for the benefit of that individual customer and the company and the rest of our customers. So an estimated bill will trigger a work order or a call from our office to resolve the issue of why that bill was estimated. Let's say the meter reader couldn't access the meter because there was a locked fence or a dog or an overgrowth of poison ivy. You know, we want to contact the customer so that we can get out there and do the reading for, you know, both the customer's benefit and the other benefits of having accurate billing for the rest of the customer base. So when a bill is estimated, we are automatically in contact with that customer to attempt to resolve that issue as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Sorry, Brittany Wyman for EOE. Excuse me, I just wanted to confirm that's after the first estimated bill. So first estimated bill a customer may have initially sets off with the automated process of contacting that customer.
First thing we would do is contact our field service employees, right? See if we can find out why that bill was estimated in the first place. But yes, next step would be to the customer.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. So basically at the time of issuing the bill, that's when you would determine which notice to send. And when I say notice, these would be the notices included in Schedule H-2.3.01.
The customer will receive, their bill will indicate that it has been estimated. And then I think that you're referring to some specific letters.
There are 3 separate notices.
Right. So, yes, often the customer is also getting a phone call from the office so that we can arrange a work order if necessary to resolve the issue.
Okay. So I think we just discussed, there's no report, no database that gives you the information we requested in the interrogatory.
Not on an all customer level, correct?
Is it safe to say that at any time the company doesn't know exactly the number of customers that have received a consecutive estimated bill?
I would say again, we would know on the individual customer level, but not as a group.
And is it safe to say at any time the company does not know the exact frequency or total of consecutively estimated bills? And I mean that X amount are in the 1 to 3 month, Y amount are in the 7 to 9 month category.
That would be correct. We could count letters and notifications, But in terms of running a report, no.
Okay, thank you. EOE 11, please. If you have a customer that doesn't have internet access or email access, how are the policies and procedures for estimated billing provided to that customer?
So we have had, in the past and still can send out, hard copies of our new customer brochure. So this would be something that, until probably the middle of 2023, we sent out, hard copy new customer brochures with a great deal of information, including our policies, to customers as soon as they opened their accounts. As a cost saving mechanism to keep that cost down for all customers, since the vast majority of our customers do have internet access, we put that material online and we'll email it to them when they become a new customer. However, we still have the ability to mail it to them. The estimated billing procedures are also on the letters that we send out on an estimated bill, or, with an estimated bill, those letters that you referred to earlier.
Thank you. If a customer has called the company to dispute an estimated bill, are the policies and procedures discussed during that conversation?
That's correct.
So that customer would be told of or instructed on how the estimated billing policies work and how the company arrived at that estimated bill.
Exactly.
Okay. EOE 93, please.
Okay.
Regarding the company's proposal on messaging of estimated bills, will this or has this proposal been introduced to the new bill format?
We're still in the process of implementing that new bill format that we included with the application. We did really like this suggestion that was made as part of this process, so we are planning to execute on that customized bill message for estimated bills.
Okay, EOE 103, please. In the response, it states that Connecticut Water uses the estimate process of reviewing the account back 4 years over the same time period. If there is a lack of usage information during any of those periods, it will still be included in the average. I just need some clarification on that. If you have an estimated bill for a customer with no usage information at the location, but there's usage information for a previous customer in that 4-year period, do you use that previous customer's usage information? Or am I just reading this wrong?
Give me a moment to read it back to myself so I can answer your question correctly. We will not use a previous customer's usage. So the account is tied to the person, not the address. So we will not use a previous customer's usage because it wouldn't be listed.
Okay, thank you. My next set of questions are on the company policies and procedures and some interrogatory responses regarding some customer complaints. I'd like to start with the response to EOE 108, please.
Okay.
Are customers eligible for the one-time leak adjustment only if they fixed all known leaks?
That is correct.
And while we're talking about EOE 108, I want to ask a quick question on EOE 64.
Okay.
In EOE 64, company stated that the company does not have a written procedure for a high bill call. However, in EOE 108, there's quite a few bullet point steps of what a customer service rep will undertake. Just curious, has the company considered using the details of EOE 108 as the basis for its high bill complaint procedure?
Absolutely. And I would say that while there is no written procedure or script, our call center representatives are trained and coached to identify the bullets outlined in EOE 108 when speaking to customers who call in about a high bill complaint. Some of these are difficult to script because of the unique nature of the calls coming in. But certainly our call center representatives know that to complete an investigation and determine whether it's a leak or actual usage or to start the process for a waste adjustment, the items identified in EOE 108 do need to be completed and checked off.
Okay, thank you. EOE 115, please. Okay. At the end of the response, company states, we then provide the credit back for total overage over the life of the meter, as there is no way to ascertain at what point the meter may have started running fast. Just curious, for the purpose of computing an adjustment of a customer's bill, does the company utilize records of meter test results for the subject account?
Yes, so I think that this interrogatory is referring to what happens if we replace a meter during either periodic meter testing or as a result of a high usage complaint. How do we, if the meter is found to be fast, how do we credit the customer? So we do utilize the results of that meter test to determine the credit back toward the customer. But because we just have the results of the meter at the time of testing and no way to know when did it start reading fast, we go ahead and credit from the installation of the meter at the customer's home.
Okay. So this would apply to basically a meter error because that meter was running fast.
Correct. And we would have the evidence of that in the meter test.
Are you aware there's a specific regulation regarding the adjustment of bills, 161171? I have copies if you'd like to see it.
That would be great.
Now, specifically, what I'd be looking at is parents 1, parents capital B, first sentence there.
Mhm.
It states, if the time at which the error first developed or occurred cannot be definitively determined, it shall be assumed that the over-registration existed for a period equal to 1/2 the time since the meter was last tested. Do you know if the company is using this in its computation of the adjusted bill?
I'm gonna have to check on that for you.
I could take that as either a read-in or a late file, whatever is more convenient for the company.
Why don't I do a late file if that's okay with you?
That is fine with me.
Okay, so that will be late file exhibit 78. I'll just say provide information regarding the company's conformance to 1611
71.
71.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you.
EOE 135 and at the same time Schedule H 2.06.03, which is the marked up 2023 changes to the regulations.
Okay.
Start first with a question on the marked up changes. This would be in the document, page 21 of 35.
Okay.
The proposed revision to the rules and regs notes that a leak adjustment credit is not provided for pool filling or irrigation system leaks or breaks. So I want to point back to EOE 135. It talks about a backyard pond. I'm just curious, would this incident been eligible for a leak adjustment under the current, these proposed rules and regulations?
I don't believe so, because this customer, if I'm recalling correctly, this was related to like a backyard pool, essentially, pond.
It would be considered similar to a
Exactly.
pool filling.
Exactly.
And in this response, it notes that the customer did not ask for an adjustment. Just curious, in any situation that qualifies for a leak adjustment, must the customer specifically ask for the credit, or is it offered by the company automatically?
Right, so the company will educate the customer on the leak adjustment process. As we've discussed earlier, there are some, beyond the changes proposed that you were just mentioning, there are some limitations around the leak adjustment process. For instance, a customer is not eligible until that leak is fixed. However, in the discussion with a customer service representative about the high bill, about a leak investigation, absolutely, yes, it is our intent to provide information on the waste adjustment process and advise the customer so that they can make the best decision for themselves on whether or not they want to utilize that one-time waste adjustment courtesy.
Okay, thank you. I want to skip back to what I just asked. Should have asked it before I went into that last question, but your revisions just specifically state pool filling or irrigation system. And the complaint in EOE 135, of course, brings up a pond. Should the company consider maybe expanding that change just to, you can't include every situation, but you maybe consider language that says in other similar applications.
I would agree with you that that is great advice. Thank you.
One last question in this topic, EOE 141, please. 144, sorry.
Okay.
In the example provided within this response, if this customer's next bill also indicated the same consumption wherein the usage exceeded 5,000 gallons higher than the same bill period of the previous year, does that customer receive another notice?
Yes, that's correct. And I think we spoke about this a little bit last week. So our billing system will automatically send a notification to a customer whose usage meets or exceeds 150% normal usage. However, we do have a team of customer account representatives who are looking through usage information for each billing cycle. And if a customer account representative finds consumption that is 5,000 gallons or higher than the previous bill period, they will notify the customer, and then the customer will get a letter again if the next billing period also indicates that usage.
If you had a customer that had consecutive bills where they were exceeding 5,000 gallons or more, would that customer get any kind of call?
Yes.
Okay.
And in fact, they're often going to get that call at the first 5,000 gallons.
Okay, I want to move to bill form and termination notice. Start with the bill form that was submitted in Schedule H-2.1.02. This is the bill planned to be in place as of December 2023.
I do have an immediate update for you that is not in place as yet.
Thank you.
I am looking at the examples though.
I'm sorry, this is a H-2.1.02.
What page that was of the PDF?
Or even what example it is.
I want to say it was prior to page 15. This is that
Okay.
182 page
Yes.
Schedule H, yes.
Got it.
Okay. So this revised bill form, where do I find the present and previous meter reading dates?
That would be at the top, that bill frequency, right? So those dates would represent the period of the billing. So the prior bill would be the day before this date.
So in this example where it says March 20th, 23 to June 19th, 2023, are
Correct.
those the actual meter reading dates, present and previous meter reading dates?
So the intent would be, and this is a sample, the intent would be that the previous meter reading date would have likely been March 19th in this scenario, and that the new billing period of March 20th would start this cycle with a reading on that June 19th date.
Okay, so it's not explicitly stated that March 19th is the previous meter reading date,
Correct.
but it is implied that June 19th is the actual present meter reading date.
Absolutely. And then when you look down at the bar graph, you do have previous meter reading dates in the quarterly usage history.
And question regarding this bill, do you include the meter size? I see there's a heading, but I don't see the actual meter size on this.
Yes, it would. Again, you're looking at a sample bill. In many cases, these lines would be filled, but if you go right under that heading, under the daily basic service, since those can vary by meter size, that's where the meter size would be located.
That's where it will be printed on the bill.
Exactly.
Excellent, thank you. Schedule H 2.2.01 and 0.02. This is the shut off and reminder notices.
Okay.
Now, this, I believe, is found between pages 15 and 18 of that Schedule H document.
Mhm.
I need a clarification because unfortunately, these notices weren't labeled in red like other notices were. The reminder notice is the new reminder notice. Is that the one that's on page, starting on page 15?
That's the current reminder notice. So we have current reminder notice followed by current shut off notice. And then where do we have the?
I think you're seeing my problem.
Yes, I am. I would be happy to file our proposed redesigns. It does look like you got an old copy in here.
If we could get that as a late file exhibit, the
Absolutely.
proposed reminder notice and proposed shut off notice.
Can do.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is late file exhibit 79.
I'm going to ask a couple questions, realizing that I'm looking at the older notice. So
Okay.
bear with me if something's going to change in that proposed notice, I'll see it once you submit it.
Okay.
So regarding the termination notice, there's a section that shows service fees during business hours, after business hours.
Mhm.
And there's a statement that says service fees are subject to applicable surcharges. Are there additional reconnect charges besides the amounts shown in service fees?
I want to look directly at it with you. I believe that is referring to the approved surcharges that would already exist on the bill under regulated charges. Like RAM, Wicca.
Okay. So, but those aren't reconnect charges, is what you're saying?
Correct. Those are the reconnect charges that you're seeing there.
And those are the only reconnect charges?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That eliminates a lot of questions. Question, does the company mail all of its termination notices as first class mail?
Yes, if not certified, definitely first class.
Does Connecticut Water ever receive a termination notice returned to it from the post office as either address unknown or undeliverable?
It may have happened. I will say that in addition to the mailing, any customer who's receiving a termination notice would also receive a minimum of 2 phone calls from our office prior to the termination.
So if the company receives a notice back from the post office, is the procedure to call that customer?
The procedure is to call the customer no matter what, and not rely on just the mailing. But certainly, if we were to receive an error back from the post office, that customer would be receiving a call anyway.
Are there any other steps the company takes when a termination notice is returned as undeliverable from the post office?
There may very well be. I'm thinking back in my mind now to specific examples. It would be, I mean, we would try to find the new address if there was a forwarding address. But it would be likely because of the pace of the cadence, I guess, of the notifications. It would be somewhat unlikely that the termination letter would be the first instance of returned mail for us on a customer. Because at that point, they would have already received a bill, a reminder notice. So we would note the account. We would call the customer. If we have an email address on file, sometimes we'll reach out by email. If they are an e-billing customer, they are also receiving this termination notice by email. And then additionally, we have tools at our disposal, like checking with the assessor to see if the property has sold, things like that, if we need to do additional research.
Would the company still go through with the termination if that notice was returned as undeliverable or address unknown by the post office?
I think that would be case by case based on whether or not we've heard from the customer in all those other scenarios and whether or not the customer has moved. Likely no.
Customers have the ability to make payments at local retail businesses or other payment agents?
That's correct.
Okay. What is the time to process a payment that's been made at one of those payment agents?
I can check on that for you. I'm not familiar with it offhand.
Hold off on that for a second. I don't think I need it yet. But if you have a customer that made a payment to avoid termination on the day of or the day before a shut-off, do you think that payment would be processed in time to avert that
Yes, I
termination?
do, because it's definitely, we do get the information the next day on the fact that the payment has been made, even if it hasn't come through to us in our financials. But in that case, we're usually communicating with the customer anyway. And if a customer lets us know that they have made payment, we will cancel the termination.
So a payment made on the day of.
The
morning
customer would
of.
call us and say, I made a payment at Big Y. And we would say, okay, we're not coming out today.
And if that customer doesn't call you, are you going to know that that payment was made that day?
We will not know until the next day.
Okay.
No, that would be the responsibility of the customer to alert us.
Do you know if your revised shut-off notice states specifically that payments made at a local agent should be called in?
I'm not sure if it says that specifically. I do know that in the process of communication with these customers over this, period leading up to termination, that they are speaking often with call center representatives who are advising them of these methods and strongly advising them to call us when they've made a payment.
I notice in the shut-off notice that was provided in Schedule H, it has that box, convenient ways to pay your bill. Would it be possible in the revised notice to add a line that says payments made 48 hours prior to the termination date? Please call the company.
Absolutely. Another great idea. Thank you.
All based of complaints we get to our.
I appreciate it.
One last question in this subject. Actually, let me retract that. I believe you said that e-bill customers receive a email or text regarding a termination?
They would receive mail as well, but for customers who are registered for e-billing, we do have other ways to get in touch with them, such as email. And sometimes if they opt in, they could be getting that notification by text.
Thank you. One last question in this subject, EOE 102, please.
Okay.
Just a question on the customer rights notice. I wasn't sure from the response if all customers are informed of the availability of customer rights notice on an annual basis. Do you know if they are, if all customers are
Yes.
informed?
So in addition to this new customer brochure that is either emailed or mailed based on our discussion earlier where I just went over that, we do have an annual, we do track that annually. That information is placed on the actual bill so that all customers are receiving notice on their customer rights at least annually.
Okay. Just a couple more miscellaneous questions. EOE 116, please.
Okay.
And specifically in its exhibit exhibit 1 to EOE 116. For the residential customers, I noticed only one customer number 5, where it's stated in the last column, the word lien.
That's correct.
Would any of the customers listed in Exhibit 1 of 116 also appear within the listing of liens that was submitted in Exhibit 1 of CAE 1?
I can cross-check that. I believe if we can look at what the request was in that other, so this customer number 5 should be in that list that you just referenced.
Right.
However, I don't, looking at the notes here, I cannot tell you if we have placed liens on these other customer accounts.
For the purposes of Exhibit 1 to EOE 116, is it possible that some of these locations wouldn't qualify for the lien process used by the company?
Yes,
So in that case, they would not show up in Exhibit 1 of CAE 1.
that is correct.
Would the same apply to the list of commercial industrial also in EOE, Exhibit 1 to EOE 116?
Yes,
So those properties that are eligible and did have a lien, they would have also showed up in Exhibit 1 CAE 1.
correct.
Thank you. Last set of questions on EOE 105, please.
Okay.
Response states that the company does not have a tracking system in place to log when an appointment is missed. Why is that?
Right. Again, this is another instance where we can view that on a customer by customer basis. But not holistically.
So if a customer called in to complain about a missed appointment that the company did not keep, would you record that within their customer record?
Absolutely. That would be a note in the customer's record. By that period, we would have likely already reached out to reschedule or that call would be an opportunity to reschedule. But yes, we can, on a customer by customer basis, we can view that information. But it's a system limitation as far as a data pull to extract that.
What would it take to create some record of your company's effectiveness in keeping its, maintaining its appointment schedule?
I'm not sure I could answer that for you today.
Is it
Because,
I'm
oh,
sorry,
no,
go ahead.
please.
No, I was going to say, is it safe to say that it would take a redesign of your customer information system?
Yes, and that's why I can't answer for you kind of the feasibility or the cost associated with it, because we'd have to, reach out to our CIS to develop that. I will say, though, that missing appointments is very rare by the company. I can't recall in the last, couple years, a situation where we didn't show up. It's very rare.
I would say it's a byproduct of our workforce management system, VX Field, which prioritizes appointments as being priority number one. So if a given field service representative were running late, for example, for an existing appointment, it would automatically redistribute that appointment to a different resource in the area in order to keep that appointment. Now, prior to workforce management, yes, there were missed appointments, but since we've had that, Ms. Williams is correct. I can't recall a missed appointment. Not necessarily saying that I'd be aware of each one, but it does take note when it does happen. So it would be a rarity.
But at this point, right now, the company can't call up a report to say, here is our effectiveness on maintaining scheduled appointments.
I think what we would need to do is develop key performance indicators out of the VX Field software that would give us an indication of that type of request or report draw.
Let me reach back to where I started in the estimated billing. Would it take a redesign of your customer information system to give us a report on the total number and frequency of consecutively estimated bills?
Yes,
Also?
yes.
I believe several panels ago, so if you aren't sure, please feel free to say that. You're currently updating or in the process of updating your CIS system?
We are in an investigatory process to evaluate a new CIS system. Yes,
Would items such as these be something under consideration?
absolutely.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anything further from you? Attorney Dichter?
Good morning.
Joel Dichter, representing the Heritage Village Master Association. A housekeeping kind of question from the last case. In the last case, the company reported that it had received security deposits or held security deposits only from Heritage Village and I believe Avon customers, and it did not collect security deposits from other Connecticut Water Company customers. So now that the rates have been consolidated, is it correct that no security deposits are taken by the company?
That's correct. And those were returned as well, any that we had existing. So what you're referencing is when we were able to adopt shared rules and regulations for HV, Avon, and CWC.
Okay, and I anticipating my next question, I think there was some $70,000 in customer deposits that was held from Heritage Village customers. Have those all been returned now?
Yes,
You're aware that Heritage Village is a 55-plus community,
I am.
and that the actual typical age of a resident is well above the 55 years of age?
I didn't know that, but I could see, yes.
In dealing with senior citizens, does customer service have any set policies that apply to seniors as opposed to other customers?
I would submit that seniors live across all of our service communities, not just Heritage Village. And that through training and coaching, our customer service representatives are trained to meet the individual needs of any customer, whether that's a senior, whether that is a first-time homeowner who's never had a water bill. There are a wide variety of customers and customer situations across our 60 service communities. So our customer service representatives are trained to meet the individual needs of each caller.
But there's not a specific handbook policy for dealing with seniors that the company's customer service representatives refer to.
There is not.
Okay, thank
In addition, though, outside of someone's address being in the Heritage Village, I think it would be impractical for our customer service representatives to determine someone's age over the phone without asking them that personal information.
Understood. Now at Heritage Village, the customer base is still largely unmetered. Is that correct? In our request HV4, we asked for any updates on conversions from flat rate to metered. And there hasn't been a lot, but I did notice that in 2021, there was a bump up. There were 19 at the Berkshire and 49 at other units. And I wondered if you had any knowledge as to why there was that bump up in that one year and then come back down in the following years.
Well, we're aware that this is based on customer request, right? And if I'm thinking, this is hypothesis only, but if I'm thinking about our ability to access customer premises in 2020, that was really limited from the pandemic. So it is highly possible that these were premises that we could not access in 2020. And then as COVID restrictions lifted, we were able to get there in 2021.
That seems logical. Now, the company provides a meter horn for the customer to, if they want to convert to metered service, correct?
Mhm.
I need a yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank
My
you.
apologies.
It's okay. But the customer is responsible for any other related costs for conversion?
That is correct.
And you'd agree generally that conversion from flat rate to meter rate is in aid of a conservation?
I would agree that customers who know exactly how much water they're using can make decisions on their water use based on that information.
Now, in your response, the company is in HV6 said the company is not willing to incur the additional cost of conversion above the meter horn. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, you do make the statement that the company would consider assisting Heritage Village Master Association residents in switching to metered service if the cost of the company could be recovered through the on-bill customer payment over a period of time or appropriate accounting treatment for the costs incurred. Can you explain what you have in mind there?
I don't think we have a full proposal attached to this, and I'm pretty sure that this is something that's been discussed many times over several dockets, even prior to Connecticut Water's acquisition of the system. But what we're suggesting here is that if a customer wanted to convert from flat rate to metered, we would allow the customer to make payments toward that on the bill. I'm not sure I explained that very accurately to you just now.
Do you know what the typical cost would be for a customer to incur to convert from flat rate to metered?
Herein lies the quandary at the Heritage Village Master Association. That cost can vary significantly based on the building's setup and plumbing.
Okay. Can you tell me what those different factors are that make it different at Heritage Village?
At Heritage Village, the configuration of the units themselves make it prohibitive to split the services into the various units that they serve. For example, some of the service lines coming into service multiple units come in the middle of the units themselves and are not conducive to a split of those service lines into two metered services. So it's very in many of the cases at the Heritage Village, it simply cannot be done physically.
And can you say roughly what percentage because it can't be done physically?
I cannot.
But if I understand, you're saying that there are flat rate customers who cannot practically be converted to metered service?
That's correct.
Would that apply to the Berkshire classification?
I'm not sure.
For those that could be converted, following up on our conversation before about your response, if the cost was, say, $2,000 for the customer to incur the cost, is the company saying that it would consider a proposal to recover that $2,000, to upfront that $2,000 cost and then recover it from the customer over some period of time, say 12 months?
I think that's something that we're indicating we're open to.
Okay. And when you say other accounting treatment, does that mean that the company would incur the cost and recover it from other than from the customer?
Essentially, this would just be a financing arrangement. We've kind of seen this in another example last week about our lead service line replacement pilot program. So I'm not sure to your question about accounting treatment, but essentially this would be a non-regulated charge back on the customer bill.
Okay. Has the company done any analysis to determine what units are capable of being metering and which ones are not?
It's primarily through our service representatives' experience within the units themselves and which can and which cannot be converted.
Okay. So the company has that knowledge, generally speaking, of which ones can and cannot be converted?
Generally speaking.
In handling customer service from Heritage Village residents, is that tracked separately by the company, its customer service reporting?
No, Heritage Village customers are Connecticut water customers, just as any other water customer from any other of our 60+ water systems.
So if I asked you if there was any common theme or most prevalent request or inquiry from a Heritage Village resident, you can answer that question then.
I mean, we certainly know common themes from all of our customers. If you're asking, do we track Heritage Village separately from Connecticut water customers? That's what I'm saying. We do not know.
Okay. Well, let me ask specifically, do you know what the most common complaint is from a Heritage Village resident to the water company?
I do not offhand.
Is that something you can determine?
I could certainly determine it anecdotally.
Is that something you could provide in this through a read-in or a late file exhibit in this case?
Sure, sure.
And Ms. Williams, was the preference a read-in or a late file?
I would say a late file.
Okay, so I think we're up to late file exhibit 80, which I will mark as to provide information regarding the most common complaint from Heritage Village customers. And Attorney Dictor, was there a specific time reference? Is it just currently or?
Say in the last 2 years.
Okay,
That's all the questions I have.
thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Wright. Attorney Anna Luigi. Okay, please approach.
Chairman Gillette, just so that we're clear, Mr. Annis did approach me prior to today's hearing indicating he had questions on a certain area that may go beyond what we've been hearing from this panel over the last couple of days, and the company has no objection to his question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I am joined today by 2 members of BTP staff. They can announce themselves for the record if you'll allow.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Good morning, panel. I am Eric Annis, Annes, and I am staff at the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection.
Good morning, Ben North's staff at BTP, and I'm a research analyst.
Thank you. And you said Norse or North?
North, N-O-R-T-H.
Okay, thank you. All right, very good.
Good morning. I just want to ask a couple of questions on some stream gauges. Our guess was this was the right panel for these questions. So just a quick question. How many stream flow gauges does the company currently fund, if you know?
We fund 6 separate stream gauges.
And of those 6 gauges, how many of them are associated with permit and are required by permits, and how many are funded from another mechanism?
The 2 that are required by permit are the Unionville stream gauge located adjacent to our Charles House well field, and the Tariffville stream gauge located on the Farmington River adjacent to Avon Fisher Meadows. The other 4, which would be Mount Hope stream gauge, Indian River in Clinton, the Naugatuck River in Beacon Falls, and Broadbrook River in East Windsor, are funded as part of our merger commitments.
Okay, when you say they're funded by your merger commitments, those are not currently in base rates?
They are not.
So they're funded by shareholders?
They are.
And as part of that merger commitments, was there a timeline on how long those would be funded by shareholders?
8 years from the decision.
And when does that expire?
2008. 2028. Pardon me.
Yeah. Thank you. And then is the company planning on funding those following the 2028 year?
No, we are not.
And I remember I'll ask if you remember when the merger commitments were made, whether those 4 gauges were in any way linked to water usage or water draws by Connecticut Water.
They are, well, they're each related in their own way. And if you allow, I can go through them.
That would be terrific.
Okay. So the Mount Hope stream gauge, we actually, as part of that merger commitment, actually conducted a analysis study on the impact of our use of our Ashford system wells, and there was negligible impact on that I will say, however, that Mount Hope is used, that Mount Hope stream gauge is used across the state by many water companies as they align their stream flow requirements that will be phased in over the next few years. So Mount Hope is the proxy for many of the companies' stream flow. Indian River in Clinton is a stream gauge that's used for us in determining stream flow as related to our releases from the Kelseytown Reservoir, as well as many other uses through that area. Naugatuck River in Beacon Falls, its most relative relationship is to our Marks Brooks well field in the same general area, which is not in use in current, but we do maintain as available supply. So used by us, but by many, as you would imagine, the Naugatuck River being a main tributary. And Broadbrook, the most relevant proxy there is to our Hunt Water Treatment Plant and well field in East Windsor. It is a tributary to the Scannick River in that same area. It is probably the least used by us for purposes of adherence to any permits or even general knowledge.
Okay, and thank you for that detailed response. And just, do you know the cost of each of those four wells that you're paying?
You know, so they are the O&M costs associated with it, and I would say they are anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 a piece per year.
Does the number 64,000 for the four seem reasonable?
It does.
All right. I think that would probably cover the basis of my questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
All set? All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Karen, please.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I have a few questions, not too many. Let me start from where we are today. We were talking about terminations, terminated appointments, or missed appointments, I'm sorry. So you don't actually have a miss rate. I think you all stated it's very rare. So what does rare mean, say, in the past 2 years? Once, twice per year?
We cannot recall one in 2 years, which sounds like an easy way out answer, but we've been conferring. We cannot recall a missed appointment by the company.
So previous to the past 2 years then, what were the miss rates then, prior to the past couple of years? I mean, was it something obviously a little more frequent? You seem to have a different system in place. Or was it still rare back then?
Prior to implementation of our VX Field workforce management process, Commissioner, I would have to look back and anecdotally think about what our rate would have been. I'm not sure that it would have been something that we necessarily would have measured, and certainly didn't have the process in place to measure.
That's okay. It's just just a comparison, but like you said, if you had nothing in the past 2 years, so the expectation is you likely will have 0 to 1 going forward per year.
I would expect so.
Okay, good enough. In terms of various notifications with customers, does the company use text messaging for the customers? You said you had a lot of different ways of reaching them, social media, email, phone calls. Was text messaging like an opt-in thing for customers?
Correct. We do have the ability to text message customers who provide us with their mobile phone numbers.
Kind of very convenient myself. Let's see, where are we? All right, so we were talking about trying to get customers, delinquent customers to pay. And we were talking about liens. Do liens provide one of the better incentives for getting customers to pay? I mean, once a lien is placed, does it get their attention more so than reminders and notices and phone calls?
Certainly, we find the use of liens to be an effective tool in our toolkit. If I were to guess at what is the most effective, I couldn't tell you, where it falls with other collections endeavors.
I guess I'm trying to understand, if, once you place the lien, do the payments come a little more frequently? Again, does it get the attention of the delinquent customer that they really have a serious issue here and they need to pay their bill and consequently do pay their bill?
I would say that by the time we're at the lien stage, the customer has been notified so many times that this lien is not likely influencing their action to call us back immediately. Our personal phone calls are usually the most effective way. And, the calls that we make the day before shuts, certainly. But by the time someone has reached the stage of 180 days past due, $1,000 or more, where we're able to place a lien, we've exhausted a lot of those other measures first.
So by the time you place a lien, the odds of recovering that delinquent balance is getting slimmer and slimmer.
In the immediate, sure. But that lien is there should the customer sell their home, et cetera.
Okay, so that the less on the customer. Okay, thanks. Let's see. We were talking about working with Operation Fuel last week, and my question here is: do you work with Operation? Do you do joint fundraisers with them, or provide volunteers to Operation Fuel? In addition to Connecticut Water donation.
We have not as yet provided volunteers. We do provide Operation Fuel with complimentary water conservation kits, which they can give to any customer to help them save water. We communicate with them regularly and would be very happy to partner with them in a more robust way. They're great partners for us.
And that's kind of what I was looking for, is a little more dynamic partnership. And it sounds like there's plenty of room to pursue that in the future.
There absolutely is. In fact, my colleague to my right here, Mr. Patla, will soon be joining their board of directors as well.
Just one more meeting a month, right? All right, let's see. Where were we here? We were talking about, it was for the RAP program and the H2O. Do you find that there is a bit of a word of mouth effect, that the more customers may speak amongst themselves within a given jurisdiction, that you find they're a little more familiar with it, or they call more often to get more information?
That certainly could be the case. It's also that we're kind of reaching now a saturation point in terms of the company's own communication about the offering, that it has been on so many customer communications pieces since mid-2021 when it was approved and launched. So surely customer to customer conversation and word of mouth is part of spreading the message, and we're doing our part as well with customer
Very
notification.
robust outreach then.
Mhm.
I think this is my last question. We're talking about the one-time leak adjustment for life. Did that mean life for an account, or is that life for a person, customer, family?
Life for an account.
Okay. Okay. Madam Chairman, that concludes my question.
You're Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's always a lot of dialogue during these proceedings about fire hydrants. So can you tell me if all your fire hydrants right now are operational?
I can tell you that all of our fire hydrants are tested once per year. Those that are found to be in poor repair are labeled as such and communicated to the towns and the fire services within that town, and then slated for replacement or repair.
Okay. So, but we don't know if they're all working. I mean, it concerns me because occasionally you see in the paper, there's, unfortunately, this time of year, there seems to be more fires that all of a sudden a fire hydrant's not working. So can we be assured that all your fire hydrants are working?
Well, so like I said, we test all of our hydrants for operational capabilities once per year. And as far as I know, Mr. Vice Chair, that's more than most. Now, I can't guarantee that the day after we do a test that a car or a plow or something renders that hydrant dysfunctional. But once it's realized that it's not working, that's the company's priority to fix. You know, we understand the importance of fire hydrants and the criticality that they provide for those towns fighting fire. So that is our priority from a repair, but as well as an operations and maintenance standpoint.
So when the tests are made and it's conveyed, hypothetically, my hometown, Beacon Falls, you're testing the fire hydrants where on the service area in the town that you serve, and there's one that needs some repairs. So that's conveyed to the town volunteer fire department in our case.
That's correct.
And then do they get back to you? And I guess what I'm trying to know is that do they convey back to you when it's been repaired, or?
But we do the repair.
You did, okay,
Yep.
you do the repair. Okay, so we're sure that it's been repaired.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I meant, Sharon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I just have a couple of cleanups from things I didn't quite understand from today's conversation and Friday's. So I'm going to start with today since it's fresher in my mind. In the exchange with Office of Consumer Counsel this morning, and specifically Attorney Gouveia, there was a question about the historic rationale for the decision to forego wage garnishments. And I was clear on the exchange or I think I was clear on the exchange that the company's response is you don't currently utilize wage garnishments because it's not consistent with your terms or policies. But I didn't understand if anyone on the panel, or if I could issue a lay file to unpack what was the original rationale for foregoing wage garnishments, or if wage garnishments had ever been used by the company. I'm just trying to figure out if there was like an active decision at some point not to use them. Is that something that could be unpacked through a late file exhibit?
We certainly could provide a late file, but it would go along the lines of a conversation that I've had with Ms. Westbrook, who at a point in time discussing this very issue, we talked about wage garnishment as we didn't want to encumber somebody's ability to pay or prioritize for them what to pay through wage garnishment. We were relying upon our own mechanisms that Ms. Williams had gone through to promote and to compel as much of that payment as possible, including the liens, including the many calls, the letters, to really compel that payment without taking that added in as we would characterize drastic step of wage garnishment.
Okay. I appreciate that. Like, I think what I'm just looking for is like a confirmation that the company has not used wage garnishment. I don't know how far your records go back, 20 years. If you could just, so it would be late file exhibit 81, just a check on whether wage garnishment has been a tool that the company has used in the past.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. There was also a discussion about the current collections agency that you use. And Ms. Williams, I think you noted that the company provides the collections agency with direction and scripting related to collections. Do you recall whether that direction and scripting and the name of the company is in the record already? And if not, is that something that I could request through a late file exhibit?
Absolutely would be happy to provide that in a late file. Off the top of my head, I cannot remember if that is already in the testimony, so would be happy to provide that.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 82 regarding collections activities, provide the name of the company or companies and any direction or scripting provided to it by Connecticut Water. Thank you very much. Okay, so 2 or 3 cleanup questions from Friday, please. And I think these were this was conversations that you were having with Pura staff. I didn't understand in the conversations that we're having around the DEI programs and related initiatives, whether there were any specific metrics that the leadership team has, and I should say performance metrics, that the leadership team is responsible for related to the DEI programs and initiatives.
From a performance standpoint, we're measured for supplier diversity.
As part of your compensation goal, like the performance metrics
Yes.
that affect your variable compensation?
Yes.
Okay, so supplier diversity is the only component that would relate to DEI that factors into those performance metrics?
Currently, yes.
Currently, yes, okay. And the supplier diversity metric, how is it measured, please? Like, is it a percentage target of?
It is measured percentage of current total spend in a given year
At the Connecticut Water level?
at the subsidiary level.
The subsidiary level. Okay, and is it all total spend, O&M capital, or?
It is.
Okay, and is there a target of that spend that you're trying to hit in a given year?
It is. Honestly, we're in the midst of developing what that target should be. Currently, we're basically establishing our target as previous years level of diversity spend. So for example, in 2022, our diversity spend was 19%. In 2023, our diversity spend was about 13%. So we did not meet our target, but that target was established just based on previous year spend. So we're basically establishing a running annual average based on a period of consecutive years to establish what a goal would be.
Okay, and you're in the midst of that exercise right now.
In the midst of it.
And who participates in that? Like, who would be, let me be clear. So it sounds like one way that this could turn out is you select some subset of years and you do a rolling average. So presumably there are still some variables that you're determining. And I guess my question is, who makes that decision around those variables? Is it yourself and other members of the?
It would be the executive leadership team at the group level that would have participation of myself, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Walters, in establishing what those levels would be and presenting to the board for approval.
To the board, is that on I'm sorry, which board exactly?
CWC
The
board.
CWC board. Okay, thank you. Do you envision, or is it too soon to say whether those goals are going to be static or dynamic?
I would assume, and I would advocate for a dynamic goal, but as well being reliant upon previous years' percentage of spend is basically establishing a baseline for us. I as well think that at a point in time of our program's maturity, we'll also want to be reflective of the communities that we serve as well from a diversity standpoint and have that as a variable that's considered in establishing what that percentage spend should be.
Okay, thank you. And I know we're a little far afield of this panel's topic. Just came up in the DEI. If you'll entertain one or two more questions on that. To be clear on the supplier diversity goal, it's total spend. Is there any subcomponent currently around how that is spread out amongst the number of vendors? Or could you, in theory, spend 19% with one vendor?
In theory, you could spend on one vendor 19%, and that was recognized this year in the establishment of our goals as a shortcoming of the program that we anticipated. So again, the program is in its infancy stages and in development, and we're learning as we go forward with it. And I think having one vendor, especially with as capital intensive as the water industry can be, can certainly lead you down the path of not being reflective of the customers that you're serving and the communities within which you're residing. So we want to consider all factors to better our numbers to be more of a reflection of that goal.
Thank you. And I think final question on this vein of questions. Can you remind me how the compensation for this performance metric, like your variable, well, let me ask that. Let's take the supplier diversity performance metric. Does the achievement of that affect only your variable compensation, or does it affect total the non-variable portion?
The variable compensation. It's established as a goal with a target, a threshold, and a max.
Okay, thank you. And when you say target, threshold, and max, is that are you referring to the portion of the variable compensation that it can affect, or were you saying?
Yes.
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 Okay. Okay. Do you recall offhand, like what the max or portion of the variable compensation the supplier diversity can affect? That be a read-in, maybe?
Take a read in.
Okay, thank you. So that, I think that's read-in S, and I would take any information that you have about that, the threshold max, you said.
Target, threshold, and max.
I appreciate that. That would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, final line of questions here. Also on Friday, there was a discussion about late payment charges. And Ms. Williams, it just wasn't totally clear on the exchange that you had. I think it was with Ms. McDonald on, she had a question where the question was specifically, how does the policy of imposing late payment charges to customers enrolled in assistance programs help customers who participate in an assistance program reduce their past due bills? And I'm not sure that I understood the response totally. So I'm hoping that we can just revisit that, that question, and I can try to rephrase if needed.
I think what I recall from the discussion is that I was referring to late payments and the avoidance of late payments by, on-time payments as being an incentive for all customers to pay on time and lower their balances.
Okay, so there's, okay, and I do recall that there was the response. Is the late payment charge itself attempting to cover any specific costs that the utility incurs?
Well, certainly, when an account is not paid in a timely manner, the company does incur costs, and that can be anything from postage and printing on those reminder notices to, resources of calling the customer, and employing our other collections tools, right? So on-time payments avoid those company costs, which are then passed on to other customers.
Understood. I'm not trying to dispute that the company incurs costs when a payment is late. What I'm asking is the late payment charge itself attempting to recoup any of those costs? Or are those costs, like in that example you just provided, the postage probably expensed somewhere? The company's collections time, that's recouped through their fees, for example. So is the late payment charge itself attempting to recoup any specific company fee?
Not specifically, not like the example of a returned check.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So, can you refresh my recollection if the record indicates how that late payment charge was set, like at the, because is it a percentage of the?
It is a percentage. I believe that it was confirmed at the time of our last rate case filing, or even the one prior to that. But it was proposed and approved through this process, and then made enacted in our company rules and regulations.
Understood, but do you recall the rationale for how you arrived at that specific percentage? Were you trying to mirror other subsidiaries? Was it an industry best practice? Did you run a bill impact analysis? So just
I'd have to look back at documentations and confer with my colleagues who may have a better recollection of that. Nothing specific to my knowledge.
okay. If you wouldn't mind, I'll make that my final question and final lay file, which would be 83. I'm just looking for the company to provide the rationale or justification for how it arrived at the late payment charge percentage that's currently in effect, please.
Sure thing.
Okay, I think that's it. Give me 1 second here.
Mhm.
Okay. Very good. Those are all my questions. So we're gonna take our lunch break, obviously, but Attorney Bogan, I can either ask you if you have redirect now, or can ask when we come back from. Okay.
Thank you. We do not have any redirect, but I am advised that we do have one of the read-ins.
Oh, awesome. Okay, R or S?
It is read in R, which was related to the annual cost of Critical Mention, our media monitoring service.
Mhm.
And for the test year of 2022, that cost was $1,755. And that is represented in the customer communications budget.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to take our lunch break. We'll adjourn until 1 o'clock, or I should say we will recess until 1 o'clock. At which time we will be starting with our depreciation panel from the company. So authority staff will be up first to cross-examine, and we'll have the company panel for depreciation. Thank you.
Then some. Really, really.
No, me and the wall are really.
Yes, yeah. Oh, that was easy. It's like, oh, man.
So I like.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty painless. Yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't see it much, do you? No, you don't at all. Yeah, in fact, I think.
Okay, good afternoon. We will go back on the record. Any administrative matters before we begin this panel?
None.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is it Spanos or Spanis? Okay, if you could please raise your right hand, sir. I'm going to administer the oath, and at the conclusion of the oath, if you can please say I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you, sir. And Attorney Bogan?
Good afternoon, Mr. Spanos.
Good afternoon.
You state your full name and your business affiliation?
John J. Spanos. I'm the president of Gannett Fleming Valuation and Rate Consultants LLC.
And you were retained to serve as a consultant to the company with regard to depreciation issues. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that regard, did you prepare or cause to be prepared certain pre-filed testimony in the proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Did you similarly prepare certain rebuttal testimony with accompanying exhibits to both?
That is correct.
Do you have any changes, corrections, additions to make either to your pre-filed testimony or your rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
And with that, is the information true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Do you adopt that as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Did you also prepare responses to certain interrogatories propounded by the authority or other docket participants?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, corrections, additions to make to any of the interrogatory responses?
No, I do not.
And is the information contained in those responses true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Do you adopt that as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Spanos is available.
Thank you. All right, we're going to begin cross by authority staff, please.
You doing? Sorry. You sponsored the company's depreciation study in this case.
Yes, I did.
And would you agree that two of the primary drivers or issues affecting depreciation rates are service life and net salvage estimates? Okay, I have some questions. I've kind of divided them up by those issues. So I'd like to start with net salvage. You proposed net salvage rates for the company's accounts in the depreciation study. Is that right? And is it right that the greater negative net salvage is, the higher the depreciation rate will be?
I will say that the type of recovery includes the net salvage component. So if the net salvage component, which is cost removal, which makes it keeps going. Okay. When the net salvage component is more negative, there is more service value to recover. So that in turn will need to recover more dollars to achieve full service value recovery. So in the example, if you're asking whether a -20 would be more recovery than a -10, the answer to that is yes. So
I
if that
see.
helps answer your question.
Yes. And you're proposing different net salvage rates than OCC witness William Dunkel is in this case. Is that right?
There, not for every account, but there are some accounts that there are differences between the two. The methods are different, but the percentages are also different.
And so not only are you proposing different rates, but as you said, different methods for estimating and or calculating the net salvage component?
Yes, I use the traditional method, which is the most widely used method across country.
Could you briefly describe how net salvage is estimated under the traditional method?
Sure. The first key thing is understanding that the net salvage component happens at the end of life. So you don't know when an asset gets put into service, you won't know what the net salvage is until the end. So you're needing to estimate what that cost will be. And you do that by numerous factors. The most initial component is determining what has been retired to date for an account and how much cost removal and gross salvage were related to that retirement. That helps you get a statistical understanding of the net salvage component. And that would tell you, give you an idea as to what the final cost of removal and gross salvage will be for the asset so that you can recover the full service value as described by the uniform system of accounts. So in this case, I take each account, I take the historical information that I have available to me to determine what has been retired and what has been the cost removal and gross salvage related to those assets to get me a statistical understanding. Then I go through the process of getting discussions with the client as well as others within the industry to understand how those things will continue or will they be different going forward based on the nature of the assets in each account. So the traditional method makes sure that you get full service value, recover it systematically and rationally each year, and are determined by an understanding of the statistics that have happened to date and what's going to happen going forward.
And based on what you described with the traditional method, how is that different than the method that Mr. Dunkel is proposing?
Mr. Dunkel's methods is unique to his development. And what he has done is take the most recent couple years of data and the dollars that are related to those years, utilize that as a component of expense, and then does an arbitrary factoring of those numbers to get to a level that is different than what the recent years of cost have been incurred. Now, and we have to understand that the current year's retirements and cost removal are based on assets that are very old, not the existing assets, which we have a growing company, and so with very long lives. So to look at what's only happened over the last few years and say that's going to be the consistent level will not get full recovery and will be an intergenerational inequity problem because you won't be having the customers that are benefiting from the asset paying for the asset and its full service value. It'll be pushed back to future customers that didn't get that benefit. So the methodology that I propose takes care of, and again, it's a traditional method that's been used all across the country for many, many years, why it's called the traditional method. That gets an opportunity to understand the full service value and recover that systematically and rationally. Mr. Dunkel's method focuses on the most recent couple years as to what those costs have been, and then utilizes that as his factor for determining a net salvage percent.
So is it your understanding then that under Mr. Dunkel's method, the company would still recover its investment from life and net salvage components, but it would just be a difference of timing, or it could vary from case to case?
There's no guarantee that under his method that you'll get full recovery if, for example, all mains are recovered in 1 year, hypothetical, and you haven't recovered it because your estimate of net salvage is based on what's recurred over the most recent 5 years. So you could be done with all your mains and not have recovered all of it because those cost removal would not have been charged, and the methodology for determining that will not have incorporated that. So his method puts considerable burden on future customers to pay for something they don't benefit from. And if you have a life characteristic that changes, you won't get the recovery that's expected. So there's more of a gamble in that regard for not having full recovery under that period of time.
Okay, could you turn to page 24 of your rebuttal testimony?
I am there.
And so there you're listing several jurisdictions and you cite some cases in the footnotes where the traditional net salvage rate was adopted, is that right?
The traditional net salvage method is adopted in all states. Well, let me clarify that. The concept of traditional method is adopted in all states. Each of these that I've referenced here are states that Mr. Dunkel's method has been rejected based on his process, that there was actual discussion on it. So that's what this is listing here. Not in the traditional method goes across all states. There are some variations in a few states, such as Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland, but they're all based on the traditional method of calculation.
Well, that was, I guess, leading into my next question. I wanted to just clarify what you were saying here. Starting on line 3, you say, in my experience, most states have specifically rejected proposed alternative methods for net salvage when proposed, including Mr. Dunkel's methodology. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, it's his methodology, which is not the traditional method.
So in the states that you cite, it's Mr. Dunkel filed testimony in those states specifically, or just some party is proposing an alternative net salvage method that's different than the traditional method?
In the reference that I'm referring to here, these were states that Mr. Dunkel's method was offered as an alternative and rejected. There have been other states that alternative methods have been rejected, but the focus here was on ones that Mr. Dunkel had proposed his method, and there was specific language to reject those or use the traditional method.
Okay. Could you turn to page 21 of your rebuttal testimony?
I'm there.
And so am I correct in saying that one of the main concerns you have with the alternative net salvage method is that it could generally increase costs for future customers?
That's a big part of it, but it creates an intergenerational inequity, and it has a flawed premise, and that you aren't recovering assets based on a systematic and rational manner, which is following the uniform system of accounts, and you don't have a situation where you are calculating it based on the retirements and cost removal that have incurred. You have to understand how many units have been retired, what the age of those assets were in order to develop whether the net salvage percents that you determine are appropriate. So to put all of the pieces together that are being done here and establish an arbitrary calculator to adjust the data, which is basically what's being done by Mr. Dunkel's method, that doesn't make sense. And so it creates pushing back to ratepayers, not understanding the fact that cost removal is an end-of-life component, so you have to recover it while the assets are in service and those that are benefiting from it. So when you put all those pieces together, his method does not do it, and why the traditional method does.
Okay, I have a few questions about your service life estimates. Could you turn to the depreciation study, which I have as exhibit A10-JJS-1? On page 194 of that depreciation study?
Since I have my version, can you reference an account or where you are, and I'll be able to find it?
Water account 312.
And is it the life analysis on that?
Yes, the remaining life calculation,
Oh,
actually,
okay.
sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, we could do. What do we have that? Might be helpful. I think it'll be page 1. At the top right, it'll say 194, I think.
That's my rebuttal there. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, and so what we're looking at here is your remaining life calculation for account 312.
Yeah, it did not have the headers that show it as 312, but I am looking at it and it is the correct detailed remaining life calculation for the account.
Right. Now, well, I'm familiar with your depreciation studies. I know they usually do have the headers. And I was going to ask a couple questions that was going to tie in those calculations with account 312. But if you confirm that, it sounds like there's no issue that we are looking at account 312 here and the numbers associated with that.
You have the first page of 2 pages for the account. I can tell the original cost, calculated, accrued, allocated book reserve, future accruals, remaining life by vintage, and annual accrual columns that are all listed there. The years to the left, they're all exactly what happened. I think a conversion from my file to when the filing went in lost the header, so you don't see the account number listed there.
Okay, I don't think that'll be a problem, but so the numbers on the far left column, what do those years, what do they represent?
Those are the surviving balance by year. So for example, in 1908, there is $28,199.70 left in that account as of 12/31/22. Same thing for 1912, all the way down, you'll get to the end of the second page, you'll have vintage 2022. And those will be the surviving dollars that were assets placed in service in each of those years and how much is left as of December 31/22.
So the company does have in this account dollars still in service from 1908.
Yes, according to the rec for, and this is collecting and impounding reservoirs.
And so, and granted, I guess a small percentage of the overall balance would be associated with 1908, but there are still some dollars in service from that vintage.
Right. The full account at this point is basically 8.4 million if you were to go down to the next page. So you have 8.4 million that are surviving, $28,200 rounding is what's left from the 1908 of vintage. There are some that were probably added in 1908 beyond the 28,000, but that's what's left.
So is there any way for you to know which asset specifically that $28,000 would be associated with as far as the assets in the account?
Not off the top of my head.
Right. Okay.
But again, we're dealing with collecting and impounding reservoirs, which are primarily dams, things of that nature. So they're the components, the head gates and so forth, that would be part of that.
I guess what I'm wondering too is, I know there's no way to predict the future, but if we all got together in 10 years and did this again, and the company had 10 additional years of retirement data, is it possible we could still be looking back at 1908 and seeing some dollars, even if it's a small amount, still surviving?
It's possible. I think that it's, my expectation is based on my survivor curve that with a 60 R2.5, we assume assets will make it 112 years as a maximum. So and you could see that by the fact that 1908 is fully depreciated. Okay, that vintage, and that shows by the column, the 2 columns to the right of the amount are the calculated accrued. So theoretically it should be, and we've assigned $28,200 to the that vintage. So we're showing it to be fully accrued, but based on the curve, we would assume that it would be recovered over 113 years. And thus, by the time we look at this again, I would think that those assets are probably not in service any longer. And again, we have to understand, Connecticut water is made up of various systems that have all been put together. So there are components of that as you continue to utilize the entire system, and you will find some assets get retired for that reason as well, not just a physical retirement. So I do think that my expectation is quite a bit of those older assets will be retired by the time, I think you used the example 10 years from now. I would say, yes, that's very likely.
Okay, I think you may have answered my next question, but you're proposing the 60 R 2.5 Iowa curve for this account, right?
Yes, with zero net salvage.
And so that would contemplate an average life of 60 years, but a maximum life of about 110 years or something.
Yeah, and one way to look at that is if we were to look at the survivor curve, and I'll just reference it for those that are excited about looking at Iowa curves. I know that there's probably many of you in here that are. When you look at the smooth curve, which is on Roman numeral 7-6, count 312, it takes it out to 107 years. So I was off a little bit as far as the maximum life.
Well, that kind of leads me into my next, I wanted to look at page 28 of your rebuttal testimony, where I think you do have it's for a different account, I think, but you do have the graph there. And I think.
Yes, that's for account 332.
Put that too on the screen, the rebuttal testimony. That might be helpful.
And this relates to account 332, which is water treatment equipment.
Okay. I think it's page 28. Is.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. Thought it might be helpful to see a picture while we're talking about this, but so in this figure 3, you're showing the original survivor curve, which is made up of the little squares in the graph. And then the Iowa curves proposed by both you and Mr. Dunkel. Is that right?
Yes, and I think it's very important to note the experience band, which is in the top right corner where it says original curve. We only have historical data from 2018 to 2022. That means the retirements and additions that happened during that time period. You don't have the entire history of data was not available. So 2018 to 2022, we have additions and retirements that have occurred that relate to the existing assets. And that's what that curve relates to. So it's only going to reflect what recently has happened for this account.
And when you say 2018, you mean 2008?
Yeah, I'm sorry, 2008 to 2022. Sorry.
So ideally, you'd like to see more experience, retirement experience, but you have to work with what the data that you have. Is that fair assessment?
Yeah, in my world, and I think in your world as well, you like to have as much data as you possibly can get. This was the time period that we had available historical data that related to the transactions. So you have to understand what you have available to you in order to use your informed judgment, which is what's described to be done in proper life analysis. So understanding the nature of the assets, seeing the assets so you know what you're analyzing, talking to the company for their plans. Those are ways that you shape this curve and don't just do a mathematical calculation of the points.
And so you're proposing the 45R2 curve, and Mr. Dunkel's proposing the 55S0 Iowa curve. Is that right?
That's correct. So I have an average life of 45 years with a maximum life for water treatment equipment of 80, which is what I view to be reasonable for that type of asset. The 55S0 has an average life of 55 years and a maximum life of about 108, 109 based on when it hits the zero axis.
And we kind of see that at the bottom end of Mr. Dunkel's curve, slightly going past 100 years. So a small percentage under that assumption would survive over 100 years.
Yes, and the reason why that's important is because you're assigning your book reserve, because you have it in total, you're assigning to the vintages based on how you feel you're going to recover it, because that's what the curve does, is it matches utilization with asset recovery. So when you assign, and we looked at account 312, when you're making sure how much should be recovered, it's dictated by those curves. And so for each vintage, you want to make sure that you're recovering a percentage that's consistent with the curve that you have assigned. So in this case, water treatment equipment, which are analyzers, chemical equipment, pumps, things of that nature, that you're assuming in the recovery that some of those assets will make it to 108 years. So you're going to assign reserve appropriately. And thus your rate gets affected by how you're assigning the recovery pattern.
We did see, granted it was for another account, but we did see in the previous account that the company did still have some dollars surviving that are about 115 years old. Is that right?
Again, understanding the nature of each account. This is water treatment equipment. I can't believe that we're going to have water treatment equipment that would effectively operate reliably for over 100 years. So I don't view the 55S0 to be reasonable because of that. When you're dealing with collecting and impounding reservoirs, which are, again, dams and the components of those dams, that's more likely to have a longer lived asset, or some of the assets making it that long. That's just, in my view, understanding the nature of the assets in each account and why each one has a different curve is because they have different recovery patterns.
So as we get more retirement experience data over time, the original survivor curves that's comprised of the squares in this graph, it would change from case to case. The whole curve could change. Is that right?
The curve can definitely change, obviously, depending on the retirements and the additions that occur. I don't think, when I'm looking at things, these curves are estimating what's going to happen in the future, not just replicating the past. So I don't view my estimates to be drastically different than what I would expect happening, but they will change, as you referenced. Some will change more than others, depending on technology, forces of retirement that, regulations, things of that nature could affect your curve shape based on how you're required to make replacements. I'll use an example in the gas industry. Cast iron and bare steel is now being replaced more aggressively or started being replaced. So it's going to be different than plastic mains. And so as you move forward, the life estimate in that particular example would change considerably. So I think you're going to see the same thing in some of the water treatment equipment where many more of the assets get changed when you put on variable speed, variable frequency drive components, which are electronics that are going to help pumps operate better and more efficiently. They're going to drive the life characteristics different than what you currently have.
And so when we get more retirement experience, am I correct that we're not just adding little squares to the end of the curve, but the whole shape of the curve technically could change?
It will. Each of these, as you see at the bottom, it says age in years, which means anything that's added today will go in at age 0. Anything that gets retired at various years will then change the shape of those squares on a percentage basis, years of exposure versus retirement levels, and will change the shape of that curve. And in my opinion, it's going to continue to change the shape of that curve to look a lot more like a 45R2.
I know you disagree with Mr. Dunkel's recommendation here, but you're not disputing that his proposed Iowa curve matches more closely with the observed survivor curve?
Depends on what focus of the curve you're looking at. If you're looking at the top 20 ages, I think the 45R2 is better. If you're looking from age 18 to 30, the 55S0 is better. If you're looking from, a little bit further, the 45R2. So again, that's why you don't do a statistical analysis. You don't look at exposures and how significant is the assets that have lasted 58 years on that. That could be 100% of the total assets. Does that mean it's important? In my opinion, no. Are the assets that were put in 60 years ago the same assets that are going to be put in next year? And so should they have any weighting and any in consideration as to the types of assets that go in the account? I think it has less importance than what's up at the top. And you can see that based on this curve, there was a retirement that happened around year 19 or 20, age 19 or 20, which is dropping that curve down quite a bit. That's a component that I don't view to be something that's going to happen on a recurring cycle. So I put less weight on that, which will then move that curve going forward in future studies and why it will have less of an impact and change the shape. And again, make it closer to the 45 R2, which is kind of what you were asking the question. I think that's going to be something that happens. We can't ignore that retirement occurred. I just don't think it's a big driver for what's going to happen going forward. And understanding the nature of the assets in water treatment equipment and realizing that water treatment equipment, when you have the tanks and the equipment for chemicals, the pumps, the motors, all those things are going to have a really heavy replacement in ages 20 to 45. And there's still going to be some that exist beyond 45, but not expected to last to 108 years like the 55 S0 curve does.
But with each subsequent depreciation study, as you get the new data, you can approach each case on a case-by-case basis and select the Iowa curve that makes the most sense at that time. Is that right?
That's not really the purpose of doing. You're trying to measure what the recovery is today and what the expectations are going forward. A curve is not to match what happened in the past. And I think as you're aware in many discussions that we've had in other cases, the representation of the Iowa curve is to expect what's going to happen going forward, not to replicate the past. So that's what the 45 R2 does for this account. And if you look across the country as to other water utilities and what they use for their life estimate for water treatment equipment, I think you're going to find an average life of 45 and a maximum life that's around 80 to 90 years is about what you're going to get. You're not going to get accounts with the water treatment equipment that you have in this account for this company that will last that long. And that's the type of thing that has to be considered as what is the nature of the assets in this account, what is the likelihood for the recovery, and what do we expect going forward? Not can we replicate the past? Because we know the past, we see the points that happened in the past. But you can't ignore what happened, but yet you have to realize what's going to happen. And if you talk to the company and realize that they're making continual advancements to their water treatment equipment, well, you know that you're going to start replacing that older assets. So the end of those points right in here are going to start going away. They're going to start dropping. And those are the key things that are easily known by just understanding the nature of water treatment equipment.
But with each depreciation study, you're looking at all the information in front of you, but the data that you would have in front of you. So if in our 10-year example, in 10 years from now, you would approach this account with kind of a fresh set of eyes, as opposed to saying, I recommended a R245 10 years ago, and I'm sticking to that. You would analyze the case as a kind of a fresh start at that time.
Well, first I'll say reviews are done normally done more often than 10 years, but it does happen. So with that in mind, I'm not going to ignore what I estimated today because that incorporates what the company plans are for today and what's currently happening with the nature of these assets. So when I review it again, or the company reviews it again, 5, 10 years from now, whatever the time period, you're going to take the new information that happened, understand what you currently did and why you did it, and then analyze and go through the same process of what is the company plans at that time to change things. And how will it affect the life characteristics and recovery of the assets. And my point here is there's nothing that I can tell you today or will expect in the future that a 55S0 will be a reasonable expectation for the nature of these assets. And that's why I feel the 45 R2 is better, because of the fact that it does a reasonable reflection of what's happened so far, but it more importantly reflects the assets that are in service and what we're going to have. This does not tell you what assets were replaced in the 90s or early 2000s. And have all those been, or a lot of those been replaced already? You don't see it statistically, so you don't know whether, other than by the dollars that exist, that their new assets went in the 90s and early 2000s, and will those then need to be changed out in 10 years from now? Which would be that 30, 40-year period of time that I was describing.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Anything further from? No. No. Okay. All right, thank you. So we will continue across with the Office of Consumer Counsel, please.
I think it was on.
Thank you. My name is Tom Whelan from the Office of Consumer Counsel. We're going to start, excuse me, we're going to start with some cross-examination from OCC staff member Rory Apollonia.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Rory Apollonia from the Office of Consumer Counsel.
Good afternoon.
So we're going to start with interrogatory response OCC 76.
I have it.
Great. All right. Is the retirement activity stated, quote, 2007 through 2002, end quote, the correct time period?
No, it should be 2007 to 2022. I apologize for that.
It's okay. Thank you. So we're going to move on to your pre-filed testimony, page 6.
I'm there.
All right. Your reference, quote, supplementary information from management and operating personnel concerning the company's practices and plans as they relate to plant operations, end quote. What kind of supplementary information are you referring to here?
Could you reference a line? I'm not seeing that on my,
It should be on like I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately, but it should be on like towards the top of the page, like first couple paragraphs.
Starts at line 8 on page 6.
unfortunately, my copy does not reference that specifically on that line, but I'm aware of that statement in my testimony. And there's information that I learned about each of the assets that were recorded as part of the my review of assets. So when you do a field visit, you understand what there are plans of the assets and what the expectations of each of those asset categories are.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to interrogatory response OCC 86.
I'm there.
Okay. What are the company's plans related to water asset account 317 other water source plant?
So the other water source plant, which is a very small account, has about $600,000, which a good bit of it was added in 22, are components that are within a treatment facility related to basic equipment that's at the treatment facility. No specific plans for immediate recovery of those assets. We have a 40-year average life. But as far as the nature of those assets, they are, accessory type equipment that's at a treatment facility, very small in nature, no specific plans that they're going to be removed in the near future, but most of the assets were put into service in 22 at one facility.
Okay. How would you ascertain that information?
You mean, one, I reviewed the accounting records that were provided to me, talked to accounting to make sure I understood where the assets were. And then during the field visit, when we're walking around, looking at the facilities, we'd ask questions as to what those were. Have them pointed out to us to make sure that we can reflect that they are consistent with what other water utilities are using for those types of assets.
Okay. And the information you relied upon to formulate your judgment, where is that in the record of this case?
I believe we supplied, as far as obviously specific informed judgment, I've been doing this for 37 years, so every component of my judgment is not written down anywhere. But the industry statistics that we utilize to understand what other utilities are using for that was provided in a data request. I don't remember who asked for it, but it was provided. It shows what the numerous other water companies are utilizing for this account and whether we felt the assets were consistent and should have a similar life characteristic.
Okay, I'm going to move on to what are the water and wastewater companies that you examined to determine the useful life of water asset account 317 other water source plant?
I don't have the attachment in front of me that lists, within that attachment, it lists all the water companies. I can name off numerous American water companies, Aqua, America water companies, Aquarian water company, York Water, Violia, excuse me. Those are some of the ones off the top of my head, which is probably, 30.
Okay, and these companies that you're naming off, are they, what states in the country would these companies be in? Majority.
They're all over, American and Aqua are all over the country, with the various, systems that they have. Aquarian is here. There are there's some in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, mid-American states, or excuse me, mid-Atlantic states. There's some New York states. So pretty much all over. Some, we do have some on the West Coast that we do as well.
All right, so some of these companies that you used are in different environments. Like you're saying the West Coast could be California, where the overall environment is a lot different from Connecticut. Am I correct?
When you're saying environment, like weather conditions or regulatory issues, what are some of the, just help me understand what you mean by environment.
The weather, the climate.
Yes, there are some. Water isn't affected as much, but yes, you have to take that into consideration. You know, for example, in Connecticut or in the Northeast, you'd expect a lot of freeze thaw issues to your underground facilities, which could cause more breaks than you might see in the South, for example. Water qualities are different, so you have different types of chemicals that you'll need for each of the water systems, depending on the area and the quality of the water. All those things have to be considered when you look at the industry information that we have, when you take into consideration a life characteristic and what are the most common to utilize and what's reasonable for those. But all of them are affected by company plans, regulations, the environment, all those things matter.
Okay. Were these companies' depreciation studies approved by the other state public service regulators?
Many of my studies or Gannett Fleming studies are approved. The concepts are approved at all times. The issue that comes in, there are certain estimates that may not be approved in every single one of my studies or the rest of my firms. But the ones we have listed there are the ones, and I explained this in my rebuttal testimony, are the ones that you have the same information available to you to determine like estimates, meaning company plans, understanding of the actual data, having site visits have been incorporated, incorporate capital budgets into what's done. All the things that follow what NARU tells you to do, all of those are as what those estimates are. But every single estimate may not have been approved for one reason or another. You know, sometimes you have settlements and we don't go back and revise things based on a settlement that does not determine what the new estimates should be.
All right, so some of these companies that you used, they did not get approved by the various other state commissions due to the factors that you were saying.
I wouldn't reference it that way, as that they didn't get approved. The studies didn't get approved. Some of the estimates within the calculations may not have been approved for whether it went to a settlement or whether it there was a disagreement on an estimate.
So can you give me how many of these estimates were not approved in some of these depreciation studies that you utilized?
I would say that of the 150 studies or so that I've done for water companies of various natures, less than 2% of my estimates have not been approved.
Okay, thank you. Getting back to OCC 86, the response, am I correct in stating that given there's only 10 years of transactions for account 317, other water source plant, the curve you selected, an Iowa 40-R3 curve, is just your prediction of the useful life?
Again, when we go back to that particular account, and we have 15 years of historical data and very little transactional data that we can utilize. We have to use judgment in order to determine that. And a 40-year average life with an R3 type curve with the nature of those assets are consistent with what I feel is the proper estimate for this account going forward.
Okay, and this judgment that you're using, it's based off of the company's own plans that they talk to you about and these various other companies that you, in the other states that you looked at. Am I correct?
And an understanding of the nature of the actual assets that are in the account. and what is expected of those assets going forward. So I understand what goes into water utility plan accounts. I understand how they're going to operate, how they're going to need to be changed based on forces of retirement. When you go to change components at a water treatment plant, some of these assets, which are a small piece, are going to have to change too. So yes, I feel very comfortable that a 40R3 is representative of the nature of the assets, and it's based on company plans, my seeing the assets, understanding them, what other utilities do with those assets, how are they comparable, what are the company's plans for their water treatment facilities and this particular component within that.
Okay. So the company's plans related to water asset account 317 other water source plant, were they ever approved by the Bureau before?
The last time the depreciation rates were approved was in the 1980s. And at that particular time, rates for this particular function, which is source of supply plant, was all approved as one group of assets. So the answer to your question, although it's an indirect answer, is yes, they were approved back in 1982's case, but they were done consistent with source of supply plant, which is accumulation of 3 or 4 or 6 accounts.
Okay, so that's about 40 years ago, give or take, correct?
It was a while ago.
Okay, thank you.
And just to let you know, the rate at that point was 1.64. And which was based, I believe, on a 50-year life. I have to go back and double check that, but I believe it was based on a 50-year life.
Okay, thank you. For OCC 86, am I correct in stating there is no statistical analysis that leads to a correct Iowa curve for count 317 other water source plant?
There is no statistical analysis based on the 2007 to 2022 data that we have available to us that supports a conclusive statistical estimate. But I don't do just a statistical estimate. I do more than that, which is what NARUC tells you to do. So to answer your question, there isn't anything statistically to dictate it, but I don't allow that to be my constraint.
Okay, thank you for that. And that's based off of mainly the company's own plans and the other companies in the other states, how they, their depreciation, studies, correct?
Statistical data is based on just the company information. The life determination is based on all the important factors that you've mentioned, I've talked about, and how you determine that. And statistically, over the last 15 years, we've not had a lot of retirements to this account.
All right, thank you. We're gonna move on to OCC 96, interrogatory response.
I'm there.
All right, thank you. What are the company's plans related to wastewater asset account 312 service connections, traps, and accessories?
I don't have any specific notes on that account as to the company plans. So I've estimated a 45 R2.5 type curve. There's been, in the last handful of years, there's not been a lot of transactional data. It's a relatively small account, but I don't have any notes specific to the company plans for that account.
Okay.
So I believe that a majority of the estimate was based on what other comparable assets were involved. These are components that are related to a service line.
So these other aspects involved, if it's not the company's own plan, I didn't see much data relating to this account, 312 service connections, traps and accessories for wastewater. Did you just rely on other companies in various other states to determine your Iowa curve, which was a Iowa 45 R 2.5 curve?
It's comparable to the assets that it's related to. 45-year average with a maximum life of 80 years for these types of assets are common. It's not or within the range of common estimate. So that is really what I estimated for this account. As I said, I don't have any notes that specifically ask questions about the account. We've had limited data. So it's just related to some of the other assets that it's associated with and what others in the industry are utilizing.
Okay, thank you for that. And these others in the industry, I assume they're water and wastewater companies, correct?
Yeah, so this happens to be a wastewater account that you're referencing. And yeah, so the comparators that I'm doing are on water and wastewater assets as they may relate. In this particular case, it's just wastewater related.
Okay, so for this one, what wastewater companies did you look at to help formulate your Iowa curve?
All the same I referenced before. So it would be numerous American water companies across the country, numerous aqua companies, numerous Veolia companies, any of the others that I may have mentioned that have related assets.
Okay, thank you. So, just to be correct, is there only 8 years of transactions for a wastewater asset account, 312 service connections, traps and accessories?
Yes, we have 2015 to 2022 transactional data, which relates to 1969 to 2020 placements, which means there was original dollars. So I don't know from 1969 to 2014 if any of the assets had been replaced, because we don't know that transactional data is not available.
Okay, great.
And again, referencing that I talked about earlier, this is a culmination of a handful of small systems being merged together. So you're not going to have all the same accounting records because of that. So you're only focusing on a period of time that we have available. So many of the historical information just wasn't available because that's not what you bring over when you acquire a company or merge with a company.
Okay, so my next question is going to be a combination to save time. I noticed that there's 13 topics, which are 13 different water or wastewater asset accounts. And I just want to confirm with you that you relied for these 13 different topics mainly on the company's own plans and other water and wastewater companies to determine the associated Iowa curves, because there was no real historical data to help you determine the correct Iowa curve that you believe is the correct one. So let me know if I'm going too fast, but the interrogatory responses are 91, which is water asset account 390.40 leasehold improvements. Then the next one, just, yeah, let me know if I'm going too fast for you.
I got you on that one.
Okay, next one is interrogatory response 94, wastewater asset account 311, structures and improvements. Following that, it's 98, interrogatory response, wastewater asset account 313, mains and accessories. Then interrogatory response 100, wastewater asset account 314, other collecting system equipment. 102, interrogatory response OCC, wastewater asset account 321, structures and improvements. Am I going too fast for you?
Nope, I'm following.
All right, great.
Just so you know why I'm able to keep up is I list the ones that the statistical analysis was important to me. And when they're not listed there, and then I look at the interrogatory. So on page 3-3, I've shown on wastewater which ones are have statistical support. And the ones that you're reading off are not on that table. So that's why I'm able to keep track, is because as you're listing the account, I can look over on that page and see that that was primarily due to a lack of statistical data. We have a very small wastewater system that we're dealing with here, and it's only been owned for a short amount of time. So that's why it's easy to keep going with what you're doing.
Okay, great. I'm just gonna, go through and hopefully we can get this resolved quickly. So the next one is OCC interrogatory response 104, related to wastewater asset account 323, power pump and equipment. Then it's OCC interrogatory response 107, wastewater asset account 325, miscellaneous pumping equipment. Followed by OCC interrogatory response 109, wastewater asset account 331, structures and improvements. Followed by OCC interrogatory response 113, wastewater asset account 334, sludge handling and removal equipment. We're almost done here, I'm sorry. The next one is OCC interrogatory response 115, wastewater asset account 335, chemical treatment plant and equipment. Followed by OCC interrogatory response 117, wastewater asset account 336, disposal equipment and accessories. Followed by OCC interrogatory response 119, wastewater asset account 341, structures and improvements. Finally, OCC interrogatory response 121, wastewater asset account 343, transportation equipment. So my combination question here is, I just want to confirm with you that for these 13 different water or wastewater asset accounts, that because of there was no real transactional data, you utilized the company's own plans and other water and wastewater companies' depreciation studies to determine the correct Iowa curves that you believe, are appropriate.
If I'm correct, all those you read off were wastewater accounts. I might have missed.
There's the first one.
First one was
water.
sorry. But I agree with your statement that a lot of it was based on other water use companies' plans. Also, any of those assets that are above ground that I saw, because I did go see wastewater facilities, that was also added into that analysis, or a component of my analysis is understanding the assets that I'm looking at and the condition of those assets. So if those were read, I do list again the sites that I went to see on page 3-2, which primarily are water locations, but if there was wastewater facilities, that was added into an understanding. But again, it's a very small piece of the system and how much has been owned for the wastewater assets.
All right, appreciate that. We're going to move on to interrogatory response OCC 106.
I'm
Okay,
there.
great. Since there is no transactional data, how did the company derive the predicted useful life of wastewater asset account 324 force mains?
I think you've had a good discussion as to all the things that were developed for each account, but it included understanding of the assets, what others in the industry utilize for force mains, what the company plans may be. Again, this is a big asset component for wastewater. So these are assets that are the piping in the ground that take it from the lift stations to the treatment plants, and a 60-year average life and about 110-year maximum life was consistent with what I expected for these types of assets.
Okay, I'm curious as to why the company's not being more conservative with the useful life for wastewater asset account 324 force mains. Do you have any statement as to why?
What's your definition of conservative?
I
I guess we're going to answer properly.
I feel like when I saw the account and there's no transactional data, and then I see the related Iowa curve, it's quite aggressive with its depreciation. And I'm just wondering why the company decided to be so aggressive with this account.
Well, force mains has a total balance of $6,637 as of 22. The current rate is 3%. I'm estimating 0.57 for this particular account. So I wouldn't view that necessarily as aggressive. I think that the life characteristic is considerably longer than it was, and $38 of annual expense seems to be quite low. So I guess I'm not agreeing necessarily what you mean by aggressive. A 60-year average life is pretty reasonable for force mains.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna move on to my last question, which is related to interrogatory response OCC 111. And there's no transactional data for this account, which is wastewater asset account 332 grit removal chambers and equipment. Can you explain how the company determined the predicted useful life?
So again, there was no transactional data over the last 15 years. Company hasn't had these wastewater assets that long, which means there was no retirements or change of assets during the period of time. So again, understanding what grit removal chambers look like when you go to looking at wastewater treatment facilities, a 35-year average life is comparable for the types of assets that you would have. You have the grading, you have a machine that goes in, brings up all of the debris that would be in the coming through the force mains into the system from the head gate. That kind of allows you to understand the types of assets that are there and the fact that it is equipment and it will have a 35-year life on average is pretty reasonable.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to some questions from Mr. Dunkel, OCC's consultant in this matter, and Mr. Apolloni is going to run through some slides while Mr. Dunkel asks that. I do have one follow-up question for Mr. Apolloni's line of questioning. And it pertains to the colloquy over interrogatory response OCC 96. I believe that was the account, which would be account 312 wastewater. where you said that you hadn't actually reviewed the company's plans in determining the Iowa curve associated with that account?
I don't recollect having any notes. I don't see them in front of me related to account 312, service connections, traps and accessories. That is correct. I don't seem to have any of that available. It's not one of the more critical accounts as far as a lot of things changing in the nature of the account.
Okay, well, and that's what you responded before, as I recall, but there's a difference in my mind between having them available now and the statement in the interrogatory response that you reviewed plans. So did you or did you not review the company's plans in deriving this Iowa curve?
Sorry, I'm not following your distinction. If you could help me.
Your response is indicating that you don't have notes, correct, of the company's plans available for your
That's
review.
right. I first of all, I don't take notes of everything I hear during the course of my site visits, or do my colleagues. We kind of absorb information as we are going through this. And when you hear something that's consistent with others, you don't necessarily have to take notes. Now, in this particular account, I just don't recall having anything that I asked specific. It's not an account that is very dynamic, so you don't normally see a lot of variation in the expectations. So 45 R 2.5 is, what I would view to be in the range of a standard estimate, and that's kind of how I came up with that estimate.
Okay, so in the last sentence of this interrogatory response, which I believe, is that sentence more or less identical to this last sentence in all of the interrogatory responses Mr. Apollonia listed earlier?
Yes, that is accurate, particularly on the wastewater side. As we've talked about, there's very limited data based on the time period that the assets have been owned and
Okay.
what we had available to us. So yes, judgment is a big factor here. So estimates of others is a big component.
Right. And this sentence says, therefore, other factors such as the company's plans, but as we've just discussed, such as the company's plans contributed more to the selection of the proposed curve. But as we just discussed, that's not the case with regard to this particular account 312, correct?
Well, the sentence says, therefore, other factors such as the company's plans as well as lodge use. So every single account may not have each of those particular components. I'm kind of explaining the process that goes through. And in this particular case, one sitting here right now, I don't remember any company plans for this particular account. I don't believe I had anything specifically asked on it because of the nature of the assets. And so the other phrase, other water and wastewater companies for similar assets contributed more to the selection of the proposed curve estimate than the statistical analysis. That's the whole sentence. And so I don't look at each of those and individually respond to each component.
Okay, so this last sentence that's identical throughout all those interrogatory responses, what you're saying is that it's kind of an either or thing, either plans or other companies.
Oh, it could be both, but in this particular account, there wasn't any that I recall that relate to company plans.
Okay.
So, and I think, again, almost all the wastewater accounts that were read off, there's very limited data because we just haven't had a long history of data for wastewater. It's very small. As we talked about, the force mains account was $6,700. So it's basically one small force main that's categorized. So you don't always have great data for every account, particularly if it hasn't happened in the last few years. In this case, because you haven't had a lot of transactions in those years for wastewater.
How many other accounts, wastewater accounts or otherwise, do you not review plans or can't recall reviewing plans that are predicted in your testimony, or sorry, where there are Iowa curves recommended in your testimony?
There's a few of the less, what I would call less dynamic accounts. But I don't recall which ones I specifically, had, there was a plan or not. I mean, we kind of go over what our thoughts are when we're looking at the facilities. You kind of ask people about the various assets. The estimates that we have for wastewater are very much within the industry standards or norms of that range. And it's because we had to use more judgment. So we did not want to get ourselves going one way or the other, and why it's not too far off from what the current approved overall expense is, because it's a little, we're recommending a little bit of a decrease in wastewater expense versus what currently is being applied, which in theory is telling you that we're extending lives a little bit longer than what currently was being utilized.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to questions from Mr. Dunkel.
Hello, Commissioners. Mr. Spanos, my name is William Dunkel. I am a consultant working with the OCC on depreciation.
Good to see you again.
Again, yes, we've seen each other many times, as we all know. Turning to your document, which shows your experience, which is your Appendix A10, Appendix A. On pages 8 through 20, you list past cases you have participated in. And we put page 20 up on the screen, which is the last page, and there's several other pages similar to that. Is it correct on page 20 that in every case, your client is the utility?
On page 20 alone, or just in?
Page 20.
Yes, and generally speaking, all my clients are utilities or regulated entities, some non-regulated. So I'm normally on representing, in this case, a utility.
And none of these cases are you representing a commission or a commission staff or someone that has to look at it from the public interest point of view, correct?
Objection to the characterization.
Okay. You never represent commissions or commission staffs. Is that correct? In any of these cases you've listed?
In the cases that I've listed, I do not represent commissions or commission staffs.
And this is just one page. If I asked the same questions about the immediately prior page, would the answers be the same?
Yes, I do. Many of them are involved in the Society of Depreciation Professionals, and I do train many of them. But as far as representing them in these cases, no, I've represented the utility in each of these cases.
Thank you. Your resume, I think it's the page prior to this, but shows you participated in a main case, docket number 2022-152, in which you participated on behalf of the utility. Is it correct, Mr. Dunkel was participating on behalf of the commission or the commission staff?
Can you reference either the number case or at least a little more than?
Look at page 19, the last one on page 19.
So the Central Maine Power case? Yes, I see that. I did represent Central Maine in that case.
And did Mr. Dunkel participate on behalf of the staff or of the commission?
Yes, you were involved in that case.
On behalf of the staff or commission?
I believe that's who you represented.
Thank you.
That was a settled case, just to make that clear.
Okay. On page 9 of Mr. Dunkel's testimony in this case, he presents a chart and he says that, according to Mr. Dunkel, the net salvage costs actually incurred by the company in account 343, which is the largest account in the case, averaged $5,288 per year. We now like to look at some of your documents. We provided a page from your depreciation study, your page 182, which is dealing with the same account, which is the largest account in the case. Looking at the bottom line, second to last column, is it correct that your data shows that for the 5-year average, the years 2018 through 2022, the net salvage amount is negative 500, 200, 288. Is that correct?
Can you reference that again, please?
Sure.
Because I don't see that particular number.
182 of your testimony, or I'm sorry, your depreciation study.
I apologize. I don't have the page references that you're referring to. So I'm assuming you're looking at Roman numeral 8-10 and Roman numeral, yeah, no, that's,
8-10, correct.
yes.
And
I'm looking at that
the
page.
number on the bottom row that is entitled 5-year average 2018 through 2022. And that column, is that the average net salvage amount incurred, average for the last 5 years?
That is the average amount that has been incurred over the last 5 years for this particular account, which again is the whole reason why we're discussing net salvage, because I don't agree with that being a way to reference a net salvage accrual.
Okay, so the fact the company in the last 5 years has spent an average of 5,000 and change is not significant. Is that your testimony?
I'm going to check to think of the characterization again.
Withdraw the question.
Okay.
But we do agree that is the dollar amount, correct?
That is the 5-year average of what has been booked in account 343. But yeah, for the last 5 years, 2018 to 22, $5,288 is an average. Yep.
Now, going back to Mr. Dunkel's page 9, I think it was, of his testimony. He also stated that your proposed depreciation rates would charge to the ratepayers in the same account the annual amount of $371,000 and change just for net salvage in the mains account. Now, I'd like you to refer to one of your discovery responses, which is the response to OCC 279. Is it correct that you were asked about this account, the largest account? And your response is, it's correct that based upon the depreciation rate study for account 343 mains, the proposed annual accrual related to net salvage is approximately, you said, $371,714. Is that correct?
I think you should finish the response that says, as of December 31, 22, original cost, if the full service value of the existing assets are recovered over the remaining lives. And as you noticed in your document, they had 320,000 average retirement in dollars, and the account's 464 million. So you're trying to look at 5 years of low levels of retirement and utilize that as a way to measure what the end life of 464 million is going to be. I think the expectation, as I described in my testimony, shows why that characterization is not accurate when you're trying to recover the full service value over the life of the assets, which in this case is on average 65 years.
Simple question. Is it correct that your proposed net salvage rates in account 343 would collect 371,000 and change per year based upon the investment as of the end of 2022?
If you're doing it systematically and rationally, yes, 371,000 based on the account is a proper way to recover 464 million that is in service.
You have added qualifications to the yes answer. Let's look at another response. OCC 280. And this,
I'm there.
We then again asked you what was built into what your proposed depreciation rates would generate as an annual expense just for net salvage. You answer that the gross salvage annual accruals here are what you would generate. You answer that the cost of removal annual accruals shown here are what your proposal would generate. Is it correct that the dollar amounts shown in the net salvage annual accrual column are the net salvage annual accruals that would be generated under your proposed rates if your proposed rates are applied to the original cost as of December 31, 2022? That should be a yes or a no.
The 371,714 is a summation of 418,179 and the negative 46,464. So yes, that is part of the net salvage accrual. And as I've explained, that is because you need to recover that over the life of the 464 million.
Starting on page 2, line 22 of your rebuttal, you state, Mr. Dunkel's method is based on a premise that the annual depreciation accruals for net salvage should be correlated to the recent annual net salvage cost incurred by the company.
Sorry, can you went before I was ready. You're on page 22?
Page two.
Yep. Page 2.
Page 2.
Sorry. Page 2 of my rebuttal.
Line 22. Starting on line 22.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Mr. Dunkel's method is, this is what you are saying. Mr. Dunkel's method is based on a premise that the annual depreciation accruals for net salvage should be correlated to the recent annual net salvage costs incurred by the company. This premise is inherently incorrect and inconsistent with fundamental concept of depreciation. I show you pages from your testimony in a prior Connecticut proceeding, specifically docket number 14-05-06. Now, in that case, I know you did your actual calculations using what I call the apples divided by oranges method. But isn't it correct, as shown on page 14 of your testimony, you also filed an analysis in which you compared the incurred cost of removal to the accrued cost of removal?
I need a little reference here. So is this the CL&P case? You reference a case number and then you're showing a table here.
Yes, Connecticut Light and Power case in year 2014. You filed it June 9, 2014.
I am familiar with that case and I don't have my testimony right in front of me, but I don't have a reason to deny for that particular account. That was an incurred amount and then versus an accrued amount. And I would believe that in my discussion, I was saying that in that particular account, we are under recovering and the accrual was not representative of what the statistical analysis should be, and it should have a more negative net salvage percent.
Just to clarify, my understanding, this is all distribution plan. Does that appear to, from the heading, does that appear to be correct? As opposed to one account?
It does say that. I don't remember putting the table together.
Okay.
That it doesn't. So I'll say it references all distribution and I'm sure that was the discussion that the rates that were in effect up until the study was performed were accruing less than what was incurred, which is causing a under-recovered scenario for them, particularly if you're looking going forward.
Let's move up a little bit on that page if we can. Up around line 6. Starting at line 6, your testimony says, in recent years, the company's actual cost of removal experience was higher than the amount allowed in depreciation rates or distribution rates. Now, in this case, where you are comparing the actual cost of experience to the amount allowed in the rates, is it correct that immediately after you made that comparison, you did not say the premise that the annual depreciation accruals for net salvage should be correlated to the recent annual net salvage costs incurred by the company is an incorrect premise? You did not say that, did you?
Can you say that again, please?
Sure.
Repeat that.
I'm reading your quote from page 2 of this case. You did not say the premise that the annual depreciation accruals for net salvage should be correlated to the recent annual net salvage costs incurred by the company is an inherently incorrect premise. You did not say that when you were presenting a comparison of the incurred to the accruals, did you?
It wasn't the topic in that particular case, one, because you weren't on the other side, so that the witness in that particular side was not viewing the cost as a comparison of the accruals. So it was just a discussion that was being explaining why the net salvage percent and the traditional method that was being utilized in that case was being challenged, and why the estimates that and the specific costs during that time were not representative of what was going to go forward for the accrual. So very different context as to what was being described and what was being presented by OCC at that particular time, with Jacob Pose as the witness in that case.
Just to be clear, this is your direct testimony in that case. Therefore, is it correct, you would not have seen the testimony of any other party at that point?
No, but it is referencing the prior case that I was not involved in for CL&P and why it became an issue, and going forward, and why we wanted to explain that.
In anywhere in this case, do you mention that you're referencing a prior case, or make any indication other than that this is something you have created and presented, and in this case, you thought the evidence, the comparison helped you, correct?
I'm going to object to the question. The witness has already said he didn't have the document, so he can't answer what it does or does not say.
All right, we'll move on.
Okay, so for clarity of the record, the question is withdrawn.
I'll withdraw the question.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Turning to page 22 of your rebuttal, starting at line 19. You have a question and answer.
Hold on one second, let me get to it, please. Sorry, did you say page?
Page 22, line 19.
Starting with the question.
Okay.
Yep.
The question, and this I should put quotes. On page 14, lines 3 to 5 of his testimony, Mr. Dunkel suggests his proposal will result in a depreciation reserve that provides funds for future net salvage costs where facilities retire in the future. Do you agree with this statement? Your answer. No, Mr. Dunkel suggests that the future net salvage costs will be funded by the depreciation reserve. First of all, is it correct that depreciation reserve is also known as the accumulated provision for depreciation? Is that another name for it?
Yes, count 108.
Okay.
So it's all the past recovery that has happened, as well as any
You've answered my question.
cost removal or gross salvage.
We will show you uniform system of accounts. This one's Connecticut Uniform System of Accounts. And it is account 111 which is the accumulated provision for depreciation, which is what we sometimes call the depreciation reserve. Paragraph B, it states, at the time of retirement of depreciable utility plant in service, this account shall be charged with the book cost of the property retired and the cost of removal, and shall be credited with the salvage value and any other amounts recovered, such as insurance. Does the uniform system of counts say at the time of retirement of property, the cost of removal will be charged to the depreciation reserve?
So if you're saying part B, at the time of retirement, depreciable unit, utility plant service, this account should be charged with the book cost of property retired and the cost of removal and shall be credited with the salvage value. So what's your question to me? I said, you read that correctly?
To you is if the uniform system of accounts says that at the time of retirement, the cost of removal will be charged to the depreciation reserve, why on page 22 of your testimony, you claim that the funds for the future net salvage costs when facilities will be retired in the future do not come from the depreciation reserve?
The component of the accrual happens while the asset's in life. This is for the assets that have been retired, so it would be the incurred cost of removal and gross salvage. So we have to understand all the pieces of 108, which is accumulated depreciation. And that is, you have an accrual component, which is a combination of capital recovery, cost of removal, and gross salvage accruals, and what we have here, the cost of removal and gross salvage incurred. All those things go into 108. So it's not a funding process. It is part of the recovery of the existing assets. So I disagree with your characterization that you have on page 14. That is a funding process. It is just a recovery mechanism for the assets that are in service and how you recover those and record that.
Mr. Dunkel, according to your quote, said the depreciation reserve will provide the funds for future net salvage costs when the facilities retire in the future. And you said that is untrue. All right, we'll move on.
Well, we can read the line. If,
Read it.
I mean, it's not necessarily the, I think you're missing the interpretation that I'm stating here and what you're referencing, and that all those things are part of what the reserve is, but that's not what you do to fund future assets. You said under my recommendation, this is your page 14, line 35, current ratepayers will pay depreciation expense sufficient to grow the amount in the depreciation reserve to provide funds for the future net salvage costs when facilities retire in the future. And that's what I'm referring to. And that does not incorporate what the cost of removal, which is the full service value of the asset, will be when it is retired. So I'm disagreeing with the way you've characterized that part of your sentence or your testimony, and I've stated it. Because the cost to remove is the end of life when retirements occur.
Let's go back to showing page 182 of your depreciation study.
That was the mains service life or net salvage analysis. Yep.
Now looking at the second, okay. Yeah. Got it. Okay, thank you. Now looking at the second to last column, which is entitled net salvage amount. Is it correct? These are the net salvage dollar amounts that Mr. Dunkel looks at in his analysis.
I think you can answer that better than me, but I would say yes to that. I can't believe that's not what you're looking at based on what I've seen in your analysis.
Okay. And the last column is called the net salvage percent. Is it correct that to get the numbers in the net salvage percent, you take the dollar amounts in the net salvage dollar amount column and divide by the dollar amounts that are in the regular retirement amount column?
Yes, it's gross salvage minus cost of removal divided by regular retirements, get you the net salvage percent, which is farthest to the right on each year. And again, mentioning the fact as I did in my testimony, cost of removal and gross salvage are not always time synchronized with the retirement because they don't get booked at the exact same time.
Is it your testimony that looking at the net salvage dollar amounts without dividing by the retirement dollar amounts is an incorrect analysis?
Can you repeat that, please? There's a lot of negatives in there.
Is it your testimony that looking at the net salvage dollar amount without dividing by the retirement dollar amount is an incorrect analysis?
It gives you an understanding of the percentage. It's not an analysis that you should do because these particular years have, again, as you look at the bottom, $321,000 worth of average retirements. The account's got a 65-year average life and 464 million plan. So that means you have to increase regular retirements in order to even get to the average. And on top of that, you have to look to see the relationship of what was retired units in order to make that determination. And I think those are the things that are missed in your analysis. And the fact that the age of the retirements are less than 65. So you're going to have an even bigger impact of cost of removal going forward. So all of those things combined, and I'm only estimating -5 for the accounts. So all of those things are not necessarily in accordance with the way your method does it, where you only take the dollar amount and then reference how that would be translated as a correlation for accruals.
Let's move to your testimony in a case in Pennsylvania. I show you pages from for the Pennsylvania Public Utilities Commission, testimony of John J. Spanos, PL, docket number R 2015-2469275. And turning to the analysis which you filed of net salvage, is it correct that the math, let me back up a little bit. Do you agree that in an analysis, there's two stages? You do an analysis of the historic data, and then you make a recommendation which involves judgment. Do you agree that both of us do that?
Well, I will say that I don't necessarily segregate the two, but I definitely have statistical analysis, understand the statistical analysis, and incorporate that with my judgment. So I won't speak for what you do, but you have concepts that are the same, but you do it in a different manner, which gets very different estimates.
Okay, well, let's discuss the mathematical analysis of historical data first. In your Pennsylvania testimony, is it correct you what you calculated was the average of the dollar amount of the net salvage average over the last 5 years, and you did not divide it by the dollar amounts that had retired.
You need to understand the rules of Pennsylvania. No, it's not, because you're misrepresenting what's going on in Pennsylvania, because in Pennsylvania, under the rules that were established in 1962, you disregard the fact that what is, as you read the definition in Connecticut, you don't record or accrue the cost of removal and gross salvage by the time of retirement. It's after. So these costs are what was incurred for 5 years and then get recovered the next 5 years on average. So it's not part of the same calculation that we've described, and in turn creates an intergenerational inequity, because the customers in this case that may have come on service in 2015 have to pay for that 5-year amortization and didn't get any benefit of the assets that were retired. So that's why that is not a consistent process, and why it's not even a discussion here, because this particular authority at least realizes you need to accrue properly for net salvage. How we get there is the question, but this is a completely different scenario that doesn't apply to what's being done here. It's the only state that does it this way.
We'll get to that, whether it's the only state. Undercrossed by the staff, you said, and I think this is a quote, all states use the traditional method. Does Pennsylvania use the traditional method? I guess I don't know what you call traditional. Does Pennsylvania use what you call the traditional method?
Not for the distribution accounts here. For transmission, they do, but under these criteria, they don't. So it is based on retirements, cost of removal, and net salvage, but here you're doing a 5-year amortization and booking it to 5 years thereafter.
So when you said all states use the traditional method, that was.
And I think I corrected myself by stating Pennsylvania as a characterization that's a state that's different than that. I mean, that's where I'm from.
We'll let the transcript.
That's fine.
Decide what you said.
But I think the whole concept is it's still under the same criteria. It's accrued for differently, as I've mentioned.
What did you mean that Pennsylvania does it for transmission? What do you mean by that?
Their transmission assets are regulated by FERC.
Okay.
FERC accepts the traditional method as the only method for recovering, which is consistent with what I've done here.
So in filings before the state Pennsylvania Commission, they do it similar to what you show here, what we show you in your testimony.
Based on a 1962 order, and nobody's really wanted to challenge that. And it's only the distribution and general plants are the only ones that they really look at.
Because that's all they regulate.
That's correct.
Okay.
Attorney Wheel, can you let me know when we get to a place for a break, please?
I'm sorry.
I'm asking about when we get to a place for a break. Please.
Let me do one more question, or small series of questions. You know how that goes, but
Sure.
it tended to be one question. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Turning to another northeastern state, I show you pages from your testimony in a New Jersey proceeding. And this is testimony of John J. Spanos, EPU docket number ER 12-12-1071.
Do you mind going to the page before that before you ask your question? Okay, thank you.
All right, we can go back to that.
Yeah.
Go to the page after that. Here again, is it correct that you again are calculating the 5-year average of the actual incurred net salvage cost over the last 5 years, and you do not divide by the dollar amounts that retired in those years?
Why I asked, if you go to the page above it, when you talk about the value that's established here is based on the retirements, then is turned into a net normalization component, which is then part of the accrual. So it does relate to the retirements and the original cost that's left to be retired.
How does it relate to the retirements?
These costs were associated with those retirements. You know the age of those retirements so that you know how much of the accrual component in the page above is built into the net salvage accrual amount for the rate. It shows it differently than the traditional method would do it, which we combine all of it, but it uses the traditional method concepts in order to get to that net salvage normalization component, which is why I asked about the page prior, because I knew where you were going with the question.
Let's look at the page prior. Mr. Spanos, can you show us where on this, you just said this shows us the age of the retirement. Show us where on this page.
Not on this page, the work papers that we have done calculated based on the age of the retirements, which help you determine the normalization accrual rate component, which is part of the accrual amount under net normalization, which comes from the table below. So those are all based on retirements, the age of those retirements in order to determine the net normalization component in order to accrue for that in the net salvage that you have here. It's just presented separately than what you have here.
Let's go through this step by step.
Okay.
On the page we're now showing, is it correct you calculate the dollar amount of the net salvage that is average for the last 5 years? Yes or no?
I don't calculate it. I develop it from the retirements that have occurred for the company over those 5 years. So this is from 2007 to 2011.
Objection, the witness is still responding, Chairman.
By retirements, do you mean the cost of removal that was incurred in the last 5 years and the gross salvage that was incurred the last 5 years? Is that what you mean?
Are related to the retirements that occurred during those 5-year period, 2007 to 2011.
Where on here does it show any relationship to retirement? Doesn't this?
It doesn't
show the
on here.
cost of removal? Okay, it's not on here. So let's stay with this page. It shows the cost of removals that have occurred in the last 5 years and the gross salvage that's occurred in the last 5 years, correct? And averages them. That's what happens on this page, correct?
On that page, which is section 3-5 of that report.
Okay. And for example, I'll just pick an account here. If I can line it up. Well, let's take the top line. For account 361, the average for the 5 years is negative 11,613, correct?
Sorry, getting old. The average, yes, 11,613 for account 361, which is structures and improvements.
And go to the prior page now, and let's see what happens on that page. That same number, 11,613, shows up on the top line. And to get from there to the accrual rate, you divide that 11,613 by the original cost that's in service that year, correct?
That's the formula on that page, but the retirements are the whole backbone of the cost removal that you got the 11,613 from.
And is that what I just described, how you got there, get the rate of 0.06?
Well, the formula is 9 divided by 3, and 3 is the original cost.
Okay.
But the 11,613 is based on the retirements, just like the traditional method. It's just calculated differently.
Let's go back to the prior page. On this page is you calculate the 11,613. Show us where any retirement number shows up or any number other than the incurred cost of removal and the incurred gross salvage.
Do you have section 8 of the report in there?
It doesn't appear on this page.
I know.
We're talking about the calculation of the 11,613 number.
You need section 8 of that report to show where the retirements are and associated cost removal to know what those ages were, to know what those dollars come out as. Can't, just take a summary table that summarizes a component that was required in that particular report without having all the details.
Looking at this page, it shows for the year 2010, the cost of removal was 56,623. You have to know anything other than that's the incurred cost of removal and similar numbers for other years.
If you get me section 8 of the report, I can tell you what the retirements were.
That are not used anywhere in this calculation.
They're the basis for understanding that that 56 is needed for developing that cost of removal component.
Now we're at a good place to break.
Okay, great. We will break until 3:15. We'll resume cross. Oh, don't move.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for the warning.
Okay, I think we can go back on the record and continue cross, Mr. Dunkel.
Thank you. Again, showing you the slide that is page 182 of your study. It's slide 3. Find it? Okay. And as we previously discussed, go up to the top. Are there any headings on there we can see? Yes, okay. As we previously discussed, the last column, the percent column, which is a column you like to refer to, is it correct that these are calculated by dividing the dollar amounts in the amount column by the regular retirement amount column?
Yes, that's how the table is presented.
Turn to page 14 of your rebuttal, and you present a hypothetical. And on line 20, you say that prior to it retiring at age 40, quote, in each year of the pump's life, the recorded amount of net salvage would be $0. And then on the next page, page 15, starting at line 5, you say, Mr. Dunkel's approach would be inequitable. His method would charge customers for none of the net salvage costs from year 1 through 39, and then require customers in the year 40, or a period of time after year 40, to bear most of the cost to retire the pump after its retirement. This occurs because his method is based on the dollar level of costs that have been recorded in the recent past, which in this example is 0 until year 40. I show you a slide we have prepared in which we worked with your example. Now, is it correct in the net salvage amount column C, do we properly show what you said, that the dollar amounts are 0 every year for the first 39 years? Is that what you stated?
First, let's put it the context of what we're talking about. We're talking about one unit that was added and was not retired for 40 years. So there'd be no retirements. So the net salvage amount would be 0. In the example that you have, your analysis would do, which would record what the last 5 years worth of costs were in order to determine the net salvage percent. So given the fact that there weren't any retirements and no cost of removal for the first 39 years, your analysis would show 0 net salvage because there's no retirements, nothing to accrue for that one unit example that we're giving here for a $5,000 pump.
So is the answer to my prior question yes?
You had to put the question in the context, but yes, it is a yes to that question. You would have 0 net salvage in your tables.
Okay, given that the percent column, which is a column you pay attention to, is calculated by dividing the net salvage dollar amount by the retirement amount, isn't it also correct the net salvage percent column would be 0 in every one of the first 39 years? Yes or no?
First, I'm not sure what you keep qualifying the way I look at things, but yes, the answer to your question is if there's been no cost of removal or gross salvage, then the net salvage percent would be 0. There's been no retirements either. So you have no data to work with to date.
Changing subjects. On page 5 of your rebuttal testimony on lines 15 through 17, I'll wait till you get there.
I am there.
You state Quote, further, the authority's recent decision for Aquarian Water Company adopted net salvage estimates based on the traditional method, unquote. Is it correct that the OCC did not present the testimony of any depreciation expert in that Aquarian case?
I believe that's accurate, but I'm not positive. I know that Aquarian Water is using the traditional method, and that was the point of my statement.
Is it correct that no one filed testimony addressing the determination of appropriate depreciation rates other than Mr. Alice, who is from your firm on behalf of the utility?
I believe that's correct, and so the traditional method is being used for Aquarian Water.
Is it correct that the only net salvage method that was discussed in the record in that case was the net salvage method your firm prefers, since your firm is the only one presenting testimony?
Traditional method's the only one that's being used by Aquarian and what was presented in front of the authority.
Next slide. I show you pages from Mr. Alice's testimony on behalf of Aquarian. He was a member of your firm. On page 2 of that testimony, we'll go down a little bit. That's fine right now. Is it correct? This table shows that Mr. Alice was proposing a reduction in depreciation rates in that Aquarian case of reduction of approximately $3 million.
Based on those numbers, but I don't have the context of the life or net salvage components for the individual accounts. But if the current expense would calculate out at 44 million and he's proposing 41.3 million, then I would say that is a reduction in his proposal.
They go down a few more lines. And lines 15 through 17 of his testimony, he says one reason for the reduction in depreciation rates that for many accounts, quote, the net salvage estimates are less negative, unquote. Is that what it says?
That's what
I'm going to object. The document speaks for itself.
Okay, document speaks for itself. New issue. On page 9 of your rebuttal, starting at line 14, page 9 of your rebuttal.
line 14.
Yes. Yeah, page 9, line 14. You state, quote, this is a flawed premise. Net salvage accruals should not be expected to be the same as recent net salvage expenditures. I show you page 13 from Mr. Dunkel's testimony. And going to the bottom. Is it correct that the incurred net salvage cost in the last 5 years averaged 258,000 and change, but Mr. Dunkel's proposed net salvage accruals were $521,000 and change, and therefore they are not the same as the recent net salvage incurred costs, correct?
Chairman Gillette, I'm going to object again. The document speaks for itself. The witness should not be asked to characterize the accuracy of Mr. Dunkel's document.
Okay, let me just make sure that I'm thinking about the right document. The document that was being referred to currently, is that in the record?
Yes, that's my testimony in this record.
Okay. All right, so the objection is that the document speaks for itself. Mr. Dunkel, can I'm going to sustain the objection. Oh, sorry, I thought I person.
That's fine.
And if you could rephrase or move on.
Mr. Spanos, going back to page 9 of your testimony, where you said the net salvage accrual should not be expected to be the same as recent net salvage expenditures. Is it correct that Mr. Dunkel's proposal was not to set the net salvage accruals the same as recent net salvage expenditures?
The statement and discussion that I've made here is that you have established the net salvage costs to determine the net salvage accruals with your arbitrary factor. So you are basing it on the 258,000, and then you create an arbitrary factor to make it 521. That 521, 577 number is based on a factor that you create. Nothing in any authoritative text explain why you would use an arbitrary factor that you've presented. So it's based on cost, which is what the whole premise of this discussion is.
Let's go back to your words, same as recent. Can you explain why you said my proposal, I was setting the net salvage accruals, quote, the same as recent net salvage expenditures when that's not true?
I disagree with the way you're characterizing the way I'm stating it. When you read the whole section, you will realize that you are taking the recent net salvage costs, which is the concept that I completely disagree with and is against what the Uniform System of Accounts and all the theoretical processes tell you to do, and then you create an arbitrary factor. So in a sense, you're doing the same thing as trying to match it to the cost and treating it as an expense item, which is against what should be done if you're properly recovering the service value. So the answer to your question is, based on the way the wording I used and the whole discussion is consistent with the fact that you're using the same thing with an arbitrary factor.
Now, is the term arbitrary factor what's also called judgment?
In my mind, that's a stretch. And the fact that there's nothing that I've seen that would say that judgment or the arbitrary factor was based on judgment that was consistent with the assets in each particular account. You have a different factor for each account. So it's a stretch to call that judgment.
New subject. Page 9 of your rebuttal, starting on line 22, you state, the annual net salvage recorded in a given year is a function of the number of assets retired. For example, if 100 services were retired in a given year, the net salvage cost would be much less than if 1,000 services were retired. By using a ratio of net salvage to retirements, the traditional method recognizes this relationship. Is it correct, your net salvage calculation, you do not divide the net salvage costs by the quote number of assets retired unquote, but you divide by the original cost of the assets retired?
And yes, when the original cost is what I do, and why I keep referencing the fact that you have 321,000 average being recovered or retired each year on 464 million in the account. And when you look at the age of the retirements, you realize that correlation to the dollars being retired means a very small number of units. So without stating the number of units, I know that the overall number is a very small percentage of the $464 million and why you need to be accruing more than what the costs are showing. And that's just an understanding of the data that you're reflecting as to the age of the retirements, what the average service life is, which in this account, we both agree to be 65, and an understanding of the dollars that are being retired and what they could represent by unit. So it's very easy to determine all those things and get to the point that we are under recovering under the current criteria of what's been the costs have been over the last 5 years.
Is it correct you do not divide by the quote number of assets retired unquote?
I don't do the number of assets, but I understand the age of those assets to be able to understand how many of the assets are being retired. So I don't make a specific calculation, but I understand with age, I know what those units represent. And 321,000 on average is a very small percentage of the 464 million in the account.
On page 11 of your rebuttal, you have a quotation from page 159 of the NARUC Public Utility Depreciation Practices. I show you page 162 from that NARUC document, which is only a few pages away from the page you cite. Is it correct that the calculation NARUC shows, in this calculation, the gross salvage is $3,457, which is larger than the cost of removal, which is $1,256?
In the example here, which they're talking about, the section is the salvage value for lifespan category. So a little bit different than what we have on mass property accounts. But the actual numbers that you give, the 3,457 and the
Right.
1,256, are what's presented in the NARUC manual, page 162.
So from this example from NARUC, there would be no need to collect money from current ratepayers to pay for future cost removal because the gross salvage dollars would more than pay for the cost of removal, correct?
I disagree with that because, again, this is for lifespanning, so it does not have the full value of the asset. It's not a mass property account, which is what exists here, so it doesn't relate. You would still recover for cost of removal, but in this particular example, for this particular group of the table, gross salvage would exceed cost of removal. It doesn't mean you wouldn't accrue for cost of removal, you would just accrue less than salvage, but this doesn't even include the final net salvage component that would be part of a lifespan account. So it really doesn't apply to what we're talking about here for mass property account on the water and wastewater side.
And when the gross salvage is larger than the cost of removal, regardless of what type of account it is, there's no need to collect money from ratepayers to pay for the cost of removal because the gross salvage will pay for the cost of removal, correct?
I think if you put into context that this is not an applicable situation for any account, one in this case, or almost any account in any utility other than transportation and power operated equipment that have a positive net salvage percent, this is not applicable because cost of removal will exceed gross salvage. It even says it here in the text of the NARUC manual, a couple pages prior to that. So you are going to accrue for cost of removal. Just the example that they gave for a subset, because they're only talking about gross salvage here. They're not really talking about cost of removal component, which is the other end. And as you can see here, it says future final gross salvage at the top.
Is it correct that nowhere in NARUC's public utility depreciation practices can you show us any calculation similar to the calculation you filed in this case in which the cost of removal is larger than the gross salvage? In other words, in which your calculation would be used to collect money from ratepayers towards future cost of removal? And I've got a copy of the NARUC document here if you'd like to see it.
I do too.
Okay. Show us where NARUC uses your calculation to collect money from current ratepayers towards future cost of removal.
So in reference to page 158, just as a starting concept, it says, it is frequently the case that net salvage for a class of property is negative. That is, cost of removal exceeds gross salvage. This circumstance has increasingly become dominant over the past 20 to 30 years. In some cases, negative net salvage exceeds the original cost of plant. So just reading that section from the NARUC manual makes it pretty clear that almost all accounts are negative now. This example was originally done in 1968, which is when cost of removal was not as much as gross salvage. It's been updated since 96, which is where almost every account is negative for almost every utility in water, wastewater, electric, and gas, other than transportation equipment and power operated equipment.
Okay, going back to my question, I think you answered it. These calculations were done back in 1968 when, as you just said, it was expected that the gross salvage would exceed the cost of removal, correct?
To be clear, I said that the document was originally done in 68 and updated in 96, which is the version I have, and which explains what I just read, where negative net salvage is more the common aspect. And you're also looking at a table, as I've already explained, that only gives half of the net salvage component. It doesn't, because this is talking about lifespanning. So it doesn't even give you the cost of removal component for final retirements related to, in this case, a generating facility where you're going to have a decommissioning component, for example.
Turning to page 16 of your rebuttal testimony.
I'm there.
On this page, you show a retirement frequency curve or an Iowa curve. And do we both agree that what you are showing is when the largest, at what ages the largest amounts of required retirements occur? Is that what this shows?
For the 50 R1.5 type curve, which it shows at the front. So it's showing number of, the frequency based on ages of a 50 R1.5. So as I described, the highest point would be at age 57 when you'd have the most retirements.
Okay, and the highest point, you mean the largest quantity of retirements?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And on lines 9 and 10 of this page, you start at age 10, and then you look forward to age 57, which is you're looking forward 47 years from where you started. Is that correct?
That's the example that I'm providing as far as number of pipes. Is just, again, help illustrate what the chart looks like.
Okay. Next slide. We show you the same retirement frequency curve which you presented, but we don't start at age 10, we start at age 40. Is it correct that if we start at age 40 and also go forward 47 years to the age 87, the retirements 40 years, 47 years in the future will be much lower than they were at age 40?
Objection, Chairman Gillette, this document as provided on the screen is not in the record. And this is my problem. If Mr. Dunkel wants to testify, he can do so when it's his turn to be a witness. But right now, this is not appropriate.
I'd like to respond. This is just being offered as a demonstrative exhibit as a basis for asking the question. I think Mr. Dunkel could ask this question without showing this image. It would just be very difficult for certainly me and most other people in this room to understand. I don't think a document needs to be in the record for a witness to be able to respond to a question about it.
I'll go back to what he said. It's a demonstrative exhibit that's appropriate for Mr. Dunkel's own direct testimony. If he wants to ask questions based upon the chart that's in the record, perfectly permissible, but not this document. It's not in the record. It's not been authenticated, and he couldn't authenticate it.
This chart is in the record.
Not as it exists. I'm sorry, Mr. Wheel. Not as it currently is being shown on this slide.
Mr. Dunkel is asking a question about the chart that is in the record, and he's marked up the chart to specify the question that he's asking about the chart that's in the record.
Okay. Okay, is this being offered for demonstrative purposes?
It's just being offered as a basis for everyone to understand the question Mr. Dunkel's asking on cross.
Okay, under, my understanding of our rules, if it's being offered as demonstrative only, the attorney asking the cross could draw on it live for the witness to ask the question. So, to be clear, the markings in red, what the OCC has added to something that's already in the record for purposes of asking the demonstrative question.
The markings in red, as well as the two vertical lines at the 40 and 87 year marks, as well as the horizontal arrow mark, were added to the original exhibit.
Okay, let's do this from here for the remainder of the cross. I'd like the record to be clear about if we're referring to a document that's in the record, but is marked up by OCC for purposes of the question and is being used for demonstrative only. I'd like that to be clear, and I'd like the OCC to specify and for the record verbally what has been added to the chart for demonstrative only. Attorney Bogan, I'll allow you to renew your objection each time if you so choose, and if the witness cannot answer, then I'll advise him not to answer. So for now, it's overruled with that caveat, please.
Mr. Spanos, using the retirement frequency curve, which you filed in your rebuttal, is it correct if we were looking at a retirement that occurred at age 40, and then from that point, we look forward 47 years, we would see lower retirements occurring in the future than the level of retirements that occurred at age 40?
Well, for the first almost 30 years, the answer is no. You'd have more retirements occurring between age 41 to about 70. And then from 70 down to 87, you would have less than what's at age 40. All part of the 50R 1.5.
Is the answer to my question yes? At age 87, you would have lower retirements than you had at age 40?
Okay, that's a different question than I heard you ask. So yes, at age 87, you have less retirements than at age 40, based on the 50 R1.5 type curve.
On page 19 of your rebuttal, starting at line 11, you acknowledge that, quote, this example was for a single vintage, unquote. And then you say, are you on the right page, by the way?
I'm on 19. What line did you say?
Starting at line 11.
Yes.
Okay. You state, quote, this example was for a single vintage, referring to the example we've just been discussing. And then you say that, quote, in the real world, property accounts include many vintages. Is that what you say there?
Sorry, we were just talking about this chart, which was a 50 R1.5. This example was related to the 40-year life question that I had earlier, prior to that. So it isn't the same thing. So can you help qualify what you're actually asking?
I'll withdraw the question. Referring to the one vintage chart that we just looked at on the screen a minute ago.
Which one was that?
Back up, right there. Well,
That's not a one vintage
back
chart.
up one more.
Okay.
One more. Okay. This is your page from your testimony. That's one vintage.
No.
What?
That is how you would recover the 10,000 pumps during a 50 R1.5 type curve. So all those are related to the number that you would retire during of the pumps that I'm describing based on the 50 R1.5 type curve. So it's not one vintage, it's one group of pumps.
And all those pumps go into service the same year.
Yeah, but it's not the one vintage. It's showing the ages of each of the pumps. And I think you got to look at it that way, not that it's one vintage.
If they all went into service the same year, they're one vintage, are they not?
Sure, that's not the extent of the graph, but I have no problems assuming it's one vintage based on the way the chart's laid out as far as the discussion, because that does not have an impact on the table.
In the real world, did all of the company's pumps go into service the same year, or were some installed 20 years ago, some installed 30 years ago, some installed 40 years ago, et cetera?
Again, that's why I was trying to explain, when you're dealing with a 50 R1.5 type curve, you're not looking at just one vintage, but you have to be able to illustrate the dynamic of each one of those years. So all the pumps went in various years. It is a subset of one account.
You just said you have to observe the dynamics of all of those years. We will now do that. Let's put up a screen that does exactly what you just said. This is the same curve.
Sorry, Mr. Dunkel. For clarity of the record, this is a demonstrative slide that OCC created using the proposed curve that's in the record, but this document is not in the record.
And I'm going to renew my objection. This document doesn't even look like anything that's in the record.
Okay, yeah, I think this is slightly different. Can you articulate for me, Attorney Wheel, which document this is in the record?
Sorry, again, this document is not in the record. This is a document that was created by OCC. It's projecting the proposed 50 R15 Iowa curve across multiple years for the purposes of getting into the response Mr. Spanos just gave. Again, it's demonstrative. I think Mr. Dunkel is going to ask some questions to ask whether Mr. Spanos agrees with the assumptions that were made in creating this document.
Okay, I will overrule for the time being. And Mr. Dunkel, just make sure I'm following. Is this based on pumps going into service at different years?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, so I'll allow this for demonstrative purposes for the time being. So the objections are overruled for the moment.
Now, using the same curve you presented on page 16 of your rebuttal, recognizing that some pumps went into service different years, which are called different vintages, isn't this more what the real world would look like, assuming all of those pumps and all of those different vintages were following the curve you selected, which is a 50 R1 curve, R1.5 curve?
Well, first, 50 R1.5 curve is a random curve that I use for illustrative purposes. It is not the estimate I have for the account that pumps would be. So it's just a random curve to help explain quantities. So I'm not sure where you want me to go as far as the way you led that question. I'm not recommending a 50 R1.5 for electric pumping equipment, which is where the pumps would be. I'm recommending a 40 R1. But in my example, I used a 50 R1.5. So if you're asking me to review this chart and determine whether you've represented what a 50 R1.5 would be for multiple vintages,
That's fine.
it looks relatively close, but it doesn't have the whole history in this particular case because we don't know it. So it's really hard to apply what you're wanting me to apply for this chart.
Looking at any year, given that there are pumps that went into service at different times, as demonstrated by this, different vintages, at any one year, and you can pick the year, for example, the vertical line that's 2000, isn't it correct that the highest retirement would be occurring in a vintage that at that time is at or near its peak, and is after that, the volume will head down?
Say that again, please. What year were you picking for me?
You pick the year. Pick any year. And isn't it correct, the curve that shows the greatest retirements that year is a curve that is at or near its peak?
$1920.
There are almost no investments. Any year where there are some curves rising and some curves retiring.
Okay, so you mean all of them?
Pick the year 2000.
Okay.
Year 2000, the highest vintage that is retiring, is it at or near its peak? Yes or no?
Yeah, I would, I mean, the first two, they're decreasing. The middle one, the third one is nearer the, yep, that's just beyond the peak. The fourth and fifth one are rising, but I wouldn't say they're close to the peak at all,
Okay, thank you.
based on the 50R 1.5.
Now let's turn to page 19, 20, and 21 of your testimony.
Rebuttal again?
I'm sorry, pages rebuttal testimony, yes.
Okay.
On page 21 of your rebuttal, starting at line 6, you state, the result is that the company would not recover the necessary 100 million in future net salvage and instead would only recover 40 million. Is it correct that the way you calculated the 40 million is by multiplying $1 million per year net salvage recovery through the depreciation expense times 40 years, and 40 years is the average service life?
That is the example that I laid out here.
And is it correct the $1 million per that we just discussed is based on your assumption of $1,000 net salvage per pump times 1,000 pumps retiring per year?
That's based on what would have been recovered during that time period, yes.
Yes, okay.
And in the example that I'm providing.
We're talking about your example, exactly.
Yep.
And is it correct that, I think is shown on your table 1, page 20, that 100 million that you use is the total net salvage for all 100,000 pumps?
100,000 pumps at $1,000 of net salvage.
Okay.
And again, this particular account assumes a 20% net salvage component. Again, just to be clear, that's less than what I'm recommending in this particular case, but I know this is just illustrative of the of this example here, and how you're based on cost and I'm based on accruals.
We've tried to assemble a document that is demonstrating your hypothetical. You said 100,000 pumps. You said 1,000 pumps retire per year. You said 100 million is the total net salvage for all 100,000 pumps. And you also show, say, 5,000 original cost per pump. Is this representative of the hypothetical you created? And if not, what's wrong with it?
So you're just reflecting the plant and service side of things. You're not reflecting the net salvage component. And you're assuming only $1,000 retired each year, which is not consistent with the actual curve itself, but it is reflective of,
I think column C is entitled pumps retired per year, so that'd be 1,000 pumps per year retired.
okay, so
Which I think is stated in your document somewhere.
yeah, so if we go down to the end of, because I think there has to be more than 1,000 pumps a year, given that the average life is 40, if you're going to get rid of 100,000 pumps in the 40 years. You take it out to, what does the far left column represent again? Sorry. So you're going 100 years. So the way the example is set up is that it should be under 40. So I don't agree that this is representative of what the example I'm trying to illustrate here.
Chairman Gillette, if I may, because maybe I'm misunderstanding, as I read the testimony referenced by Mr. Dunkel, beginning at page 20, Mr. Spanos says the number of pumps retired in a given year will vary based upon the survivor characteristics. Consider a scenario in which this hypothetical company would have retired an average of 1,000 pumps per year for the past 5 years. And I don't think that's what this exhibit shows.
Let's back up a little bit. We've previously talked about the 40 million. Which is based on $100 million, $1 million per year for 40 years. And we've also discussed the 1 million is based upon 1,000 pumps per year retiring. So your hypothetical assumes, at least for the first 40 years, the retirements are 1,000 pumps per year, correct?
I'm talking about the reference is, we go through, because it's, you haven't portrayed consistently what the example is trying to show. So let me try to walk through the process a little bit better, because you have quantity and dollars mixed in together in the example. Yeah, you would not have 1,000 pumps retired every year of that time period. It was just a group of a time period, which would be different on that curve, would be the 1,000 per year. Because you wouldn't get all of them retired in 40 years if you only did 1,000 a year. So we're looking at a time period that is at the lower end of the overall average. And again, this is an example of what we're trying to illustrate with when you look just at cost and not necessarily at retirements as a component of or cost removal and salvage as a component of the actual retired dollars.
Okay, we'll move on. we have some discovery responses. And previously, under cross by the staff, you repeatedly discussed your knowledge of the company's plans. Do you remember saying something along those lines?
I had discussions with the company about their plans, yes.
Please read your response to RRU-137. I can read it for you if you'd like.
Nope, I got it.
Okay. Would you please read that response out loud?
There are no specific company plan, programs or plans that substantially affect the remaining life estimates of any plan assets.
Thank you. Now, we also have another response to OCC 290. And in part C, we asked for the mathematical calculations. Are you caught up?
I'm at OCC 290.
Okay. We asked for the mathematical calculations using the data which you had on page 181. I think we've looked at those pages before to arrive at your net salvage recommendation. Is it correct? Your answer starts out, there is no mathematical calculation with the data shown on page 181 to arrive at the net salvage percent for account 342. Is that what you say?
Get to that page so I can. So, I'm sorry, I need to tie these together because the first question you asked were about remaining life or life characteristics, and now we're asking about count 342's net salvage percent.
Net salvage.
Okay, so unrelated, those two questions.
This is the whole new line of cross, right? And you're talking about the prior discovery response?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understood. Okay, so now. Yes, I've estimated for this particular account 342, which is distribution reservoirs and standpipes, otherwise known as tanks on the water side. So I think people can kind of get a perspective that those water tanks that you see above that kind of sit out are kind of pretty clear to everybody. The estimate I have there is negative 20%. The relations statistical analysis on 181, otherwise known as Roman numeral 8-9 in my world, is negative 55. And the most recent 5 years is negative 902. And that's because there is a very high cost of removal component for a demolition of the one of the tanks. It's not listed on this particular response, but the point being that I came up with minus 20 based on judgment, looked at the statistical analysis, understood what the general cost would be for the overall, all of the components of retiring the standpipe assets and considered water and wastewater tanks that would be involved. Minus 20 was the most reasonable expectation. Here we show minus 55 and most recently 902 because it's heavily affected by a $738,000 cost removal component of demolishing a tank. And I have the name in one of my responses. I just can't find it right now of which tank was being demolished, but I do list it in one of my responses.
Is it a correct statement, your negative 20 recommendation is not mathematically directly connected to either the negative 902 calculation you have done or the negative 55 calculation you have done, but it is a judgmental number, correct?
Well, it doesn't ignore the math that we have here in this calculation, but it does not emphasize the negative 738. We have 1.6 million retired, 877,000 of cost removal. 738,000 of that is due to the demolition of a tank that was really old. So it's not, you don't mathematically calculate, okay, take 55% and then come up with a number that gets you to 20. It's look at all the information you have available to you, understand the nature of the assets and what's going to cause them to be retired and what would the components there be to remove assets. That's how you get to minus 20. You know that it's negative. There's no question there that it should be negative. It's just what the appropriate negative estimate is. So let's look at all the utilities that have standpipes and tanks that are similar to Connecticut Water Company's standpipes, and then come up with a negative net salvage percent that's reasonable. Minus 20 is that. So of course, minus 55 and minus 902, which would be a much higher expense if we use those, are different than the minus 20 I used.
A simple question. Is minus 20 the result of judgment or a result of a mathematical calculation?
I gave the answer to understand that it is a combination of both, but you don't, it's not tying it right specifically to a mathematical calculation. It allows you to understand that it should be negative, and it gives you an idea of what some of the components would be. In this case, a demolition of a tank is too much of a factor in the net salvage component. So you need to consider that to be not, and more of an extraordinary retirement and not a common retirement for this account. So there's no mathematical calculation that ties to the 20, but mathematical calculations assist in determining the minus 20. It's all part of the definition of coming up with an estimate of net salvage.
Moving to a different subject. On page 28 of your rebuttal, starting on line 3.
Hold on one second, please. I'm there, thank you.
Regarding account 333, water treatment equipment, you state.
332, right? Just make it 332, correct?
332,
Yeah,
correct.
thank you.
Thank you. Quote, the range of available data for this account is just 15 years, parentheses 2008-2022. This range of ages for which the data are the most reliable and on which the greater emphasis of the curve fitting can be confidently placed, unquote. I show you your graph. And I believe this is from your exhibit of this same account. And let's talk about the data as we previously quoted prior to age 15 and after age 15. Looking at the.
Why are we working on prior to and after, just so I understand?
Yes, you have a statement that the range of available data for this account is just 15 years. And you say this is the range of ages, right after you say 15 years. Okay?
That is not the 15 years of ages. That's 15 years of transactional data related to ages that were available during those 15 years. I think that's the definition of a life table. So just to be clear as to what's being stated and what you're seeing. Because if it was only 15 ages, you would only get 15 data points.
Okay.
And that's not what the life table shows.
So going to the next page of your study, which is page 87.
Okay.
Just to be clear, when you talked about 15 years and then you said this is a range of ages, you are not claiming that the data for the ages up to age 15 is more reliable than the data for the ages after age 15, are you? Or are you?
No, I'm referring to the fact that we had 15 years of transactional data that related to ages 1923 to 2022, which is the placement band in the top left corner. That's the accounting data. So all of that data is reliable data. Its degrees of significance are what we want to consider.
Is it correct that in the data that's shown here, at the age that starts, for example, age 5.5, the company had 15 years of data of different vintages that were age 5.5 when this was assembled? Is that correct?
That are related to vintages 2002 to 2016.
Is that a yes to my question?
It's a yes if you understand what I just said as far as the qualifications, because you don't know what assets were 6 years old at age and transaction year 1990.
Now going down to an older age 29.5, for example. Is it also true that when this data was assembled by the company, this data includes 15 years of different vintages that were in the interval that started at age 29.5?
It would have 15 years of data of assets that were, that made it to age 29.5.
Thank you.
So again, a variety of vintages would be there, a lot more than what I described for age 5.5.
What do you mean more vintages? Aren't both of these ages we just discussed based upon 15 years of observation?
But because the experience band is 2008 to 2022, you only have 6 years that would cover in this life table that would make it to those age intervals. In the 29.5, you have many more based on the available data.
Many more what?
Vintages that make it 29.5 under the transactional data of 2008 to 2022. That's why you have to be able to understand what's available to us and how you study the data. And ages 5.5, you don't know a 1990, 1984 entry because it's not within that transactional or experience band. But when you're at 29.5, you know anything that's 30 years prior to 2008 and 30 years prior to 2022. There's a much wider period of time that would fit into that.
Move on. On page 30 of your rebuttal, starting at line 20, you say, the life characteristics that Mr. Dunkel proposes for account 312, collecting and impounding reservoirs, and account 314, wells and springs, are not appropriate when considering all the available information. Account 314, wells and springs, illustrates how Mr. Dunkel fails to use informed judgment in his estimate. By mentioning both accounts 312 and 314 together and then saying account 314 illustrates the problem, are you claiming that account 312 has the same problem that you claim account 314 has?
I do, but it's very clear to relate to 314 because wells and springs are a little bit easier asset to understand. And assuming that count 314 wells and the components, which I go into description on, having a 75-year average life doesn't make sense. And that is what I'm trying to illustrate here because I thought it would be clearer to illustrate what wells are like. If you have ever gone to see a well, it's a drilling down below, which you can't see. You can only see the well head, but you also have piping that goes from the well to the treatment facility or pumping station. That is part of 314. So most of these things are below grade. They all have property units. A well's not going to stay, 98% of the wells that were put in are not going to stay in service for 75 years on average, which is what the 75 R4 curve illustrates, or what the points illustrate and what you're trying to support with a 75-year R4. And that's why I thought that would be an easier one to understand the wells account, why I illustrated it in my testimony.
Okay, let's specifically address account 312, which
Okay.
is, well, I'm sorry, yeah. Oh, 312, which is collecting and impounding reservoirs. Under cross by staff, you said the Iowa curve, which you recommend, which is a 60R 2.5, shows 0 plant remaining in service at age 113. Is that what you said?
The 60R 2.5 would again, estimate that at age 113, assets would be fully recovered.
0 plant would be in service.
No, it would be fully recovered. So you would expect it to have been replaced, yes.
And under Mr. Dunkel's recommendation for this same account, which is a 75 R2 curve.
Sorry, what was that? A 70 R2 or 75?
R2.
Okay.
Does that imply some tiny part of the investment might live to 139 years?
I don't have the curve in front of me. I would anticipate, based on my recollection on the 75 R2, that it would make it to 139 years. I don't know your definition of tiny, but it doesn't really matter. If it anticipating that it would last that long, then you need to match that recovery to that period of time.
All right. And one of your, okay, let's go from there then.
And again, these curves are for determining what the future expectation is, not what's happened in the past, which I think you're aware of.
Now turning to the uniform system of accounts, slide 21. Under account 312, collecting and impounding reservoirs, is it correct item number 4 is dams. So dams are part of account 312.
They are.
Okay.
I think there's others. I don't know if we got into the. Yeah, I think, yeah, there's a handful of items that are more than just dams, but yes. So you have various property units. Dams is one of them, number 4.
I show you pages from your trip notes, which were provided in response to RRU 133. And on page 11 of these notes, 11 lines up from the bottom, does it say pure masonry dam dash 1891 original?
That is the Snipsick Dam. And yes, it was originally built in 1891. It had, again, multiple stages that have gone on through that particular account. So you just look to see where we are with. But none of those dollars are existing, which means the major components have been retired.
Has that dam physically been entirely demolished, including the part that was installed in 1891, or is it physically still in service to the best of your knowledge?
Obviously, I went to see it. And there are components that are still there, but not the original 1891 components because they're off the books.
They're all what?
They're off the books. They've been retired. So you have, again, this is understanding all the property units within an account. And parts of that dam have been replaced. And when you go to replace it, obviously you make a retirement. So components of the 1891 dam are no longer in service.
On the books. Are
But there's
parts,
parts of the dam are still there, and I'm not denying that. That's part of the 312 account.
so parts of the dam that were installed in 1891 are physically still there, but they're not on the books. Is that your testimony?
No, I'm not saying that parts of the 1891 dam that were put on the books are still there, which is why I'm saying when you look at the account, you don't have any 1891 dam. Look at the property units again that you flashed up on the board, and you can see all the various types of things that may have been installed in 1891. Many of them are gone. Fences, gatehouses, et cetera.
Is there still physically some part of the 1891 dam in service? Physically in service, not on the books, physically? To the best of your knowledge, since you went out and saw it.
Sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
You know what physically in service means? It means it's there. If I went out with a hammer and tapped on it, it would be there. Do you understand what physically means?
Yes, I understand what physically means.
Is there part of the dam that was installed in 1891 that's physically still there and providing service to the company?
In my opinion, no, it's been replaced by more recent assets, and why it's not on the books. The dam itself is there, but not the original 1891 assets that made up the dollars on the books.
Don't you have a picture of the dam and its masonry? It's rocks mortared together. And do you think they built that 5 years ago?
I didn't say 5 years ago, but improvements have been made to that asset, and that's why you're seeing a difference in what's going on.
Going to page 23 of your notes. Eight lines from the bottom. Does it say "1800s masonry dam"?
First of all, that's not my notes because it's much better handwriting. That is my associate's handwriting, and we are describing the Snipsit Dam and the structure that's there.
No more questions. Thank you.
And that concludes the OCC's cross of this panel.
Okay. That was a beautiful picture, but was I supposed to do something with that?
I apologize. I meant to say at the beginning that this was just this is a page from Mr. Dunkel's pre-filed testimony that he actually ended up referring to these graphs in the slides.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right. Let's see. Attorney Dichter. Okay, thank you. Attorney Wright. Attorney Anoiji. Attorney Weider-Wyman. No. That brings us to you, Commissioner Karen.
Mr. Spanos, welcome back. Really enjoyed the road show. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, not at all. It's very entertaining. A few minutes ago, Mr. Dunkel was asking you some questions about the negative 902 and the negative 55%. And you said you had a combination calculation, and I think you said within your judgment.
Yes.
Right. Is there somewhere in the record you can point to us what calculation you used in relation to also using your judgment in that and coming to those figures that I think it was the 20%?
The net salvage section, which is part 8 of my study, shows the statistical amount of retirements, cost of removal, and net salvage for the standpipes accounts, 342. So I believe its reference is page 181. And on my report, it's Roman numeral 8-9. And that shows the dollars that have been retired, cost of removal. So that gives you a numerical calculation of minus 55%. So that's one component of my analysis.
Okay.
Then I use my judgment to say, okay, are all these numbers reasonable to be a reoccurring so that we use it for establishing a net salvage component? And as I mentioned in my testimony, I felt the $738,000 removal or demolition of an old tank was not in a reoccurring event enough to develop a net salvage percent. So now I take, and I explain this in part 4 of my report, so you can kind of get an understanding of what I'm explaining to you now on a overall account basis. But then I say, okay, let's look at what other companies that have similar standpipes have, and what of all their added data, what is a reasonable expectation of standpipe net salvage components? And we find it's usually minus 20 to about minus 40. So I look at that, consider this data, put very little weighting on that $738,000 cost of removal, and determine minus 20 is the most appropriate, which is one of the lower estimates. And that's how I arrive at what I view to be reasonable. Now, you have to understand also that includes understanding the types of standpipes that Connecticut Water have. And do they have elevated tanks, or do they have more ground concrete tanks? Most of theirs are steel. So when you take that into consideration, that's where I come up with the minus 20. Hopefully that answers all the components that you use as far as judgment and numbers.
No, that's helpful. When you were looking at some of the other types of, for lack of a better term, similar assets that you were using to come up to those calculations, did you use past history of Connecticut Water or other water utilities?
The water side had better historical data. Again, over the last 10 to 15 years, it had better historical data than the wastewater side. So I did use quite a bit of Connecticut Water's estimates, but more so understanding their assets to make sure that when I compare it to other utilities, I'm not allowing the statistical data that's available to me to be ignored. And in most cases, I went to the lowest of the range to use my net salvage component, because I wanted to be, I didn't want to be aggressive with using a lot of judgment beyond what the historical data showed.
Earlier, when you first began, OCC was questioning you, pretty much when we first started. And OCC kept referring to the fact that you either used the company's numbers or other similar utility numbers to come up with some of your studies and the calculations you had. Seemingly implying that there's another place to go find those kind of numbers. Is something more objective, less objective than the numbers you were using?
Well, most of those questions at the beginning were related to wastewater accounts, which is very limited data. It's a very small system for Connecticut Water. So you have to understand judgment has to be a big component, because you don't have anything statistic to help you make a determination of what's even happened in the past. And if we look through the NARUC manual as to all the processes, it tells you to use statistics and judgment. And judgment has a lot of categories: regulatory environment, growth, obsolescence, technology, things of that nature, and then estimates of others. So I've gone through and taken all of the studies, which I referenced to be about 150 water cases that I've been involved in, and said, all right, where are the estimates, water and wastewater combined, where are the estimates that are most reasonable for similar types of systems that Connecticut Water has? Particularly on the wastewater side, which is where most of those questions were. When we didn't have data, I used my judgment in that area to say, okay, if we expect a life between 40 and 50 years for these types of assets and a maximum life of 80, and the nature of those assets, the 45 R2.5 is a reasonable expectation of that. So that's the curve I used.
So from what I'm trying to understand, or think I understand, is that Connecticut Water itself didn't have large enough sample size, so you had to go outside Connecticut certainly and look at other jurisdictions to get a proper statistical sample size.
For wastewater, that's true.
Wastewater, okay.
Water, also true, but they did have enough data that it was pretty reasonable.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
No question.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you. Attorney Bogan, do you need a moment to consider redirect? Okay.
No question.
Thank you. Then this witness is excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we have a depreciation panel from the Office of Consumer Counsel, please. Okay, so I will start by swearing Mr. Dunkel in. So Mr. Dunkel, if you could please raise your right hand and I will administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Attorney Wheel.
Thank you. Mr. Dunkel, did you prepare a pre-filed testimony that was filed in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any updates or corrections to that testimony?
No.
Did you file any discovery responses in this proceeding?
I did not receive any responses.
Thank you. Do you adopt your pre-filed testimony then as part of your testimony today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Dunkel, can you please check your mic? Make sure the green button is on. Thank you, sir.
Light lit up, is that good?
That's perfect.
Okay.
And as we indicated in the, as is indicated on the agenda and as discussed at the beginning of the hearing, Mr. Dunkel has some direct testimony he'd like to offer.
Understood.
Mr. Dunkel, could you refer to page 22 of Mr. Spanos's rebuttal testimony? Question number 29.
Yes.
And Mr. Spanos, there's a question there asking Mr. Spanos, referencing a portion of your testimony suggesting that your proposal will result in a depreciation reserve that provides funds for future net salvage costs when facilities retire in the future. And Mr. Spanos is asked in his testimony whether he agrees. His response says, no, Mr. Dunkel suggests that future net salvage costs will be funded by the depreciation reserve. What is your response to that?
My response to that is what I provided is directly supported by the uniform system of accounts. What Mr. Spanos said is opposite to the uniform system of accounts. The uniform system of accounts are the basic rules we are required to follow. So providing testimony that's consistent with the uniform system of accounts and Mr. Spanos providing testimony that's contrary to the uniform system of accounts is a problem.
Thank you.
And we have on the screen the uniform system of accounts. Flip it down a little bit so we can see what this is. Prior page, first page. This is a uniform system of accounts for water utilities, and I believe this one is specific to Connecticut. And now we'll go to part B. And this is under what is called the depreciation reserve. It's also called the accumulated provision for depreciation. It says at the time of the retirement of depreciable utility plant in service, this account shall be charged with the book cost of the property retired and the cost of removal. It is the cost of removal is charged to the depreciation reserve. Another part of it says this shall be credited with the salvage value. And just so you understand, net salvage has two parts to it. Net salvage has the cost of removal and the salvage value, and it's the difference between them. So for example, if when the plant retired, they incurred $1,000 cost of removal, that $1,000 would be paid entirely out of the depreciation reserve. If there was $100 of salvage received, then the net salvage is the difference between 1,000 and 100. The net salvage cost would be 900. The $100 salvage received would be credited into the reserve. So the net salvage cost would be $900. You would take all 900 out of the reserve. So I provided very accurate and very correct and very supported testimony, and Mr. Spanos claimed I was wrong, incorrectly claimed I was wrong.
Thank you. And as you just referenced, you just referred to the Connecticut Uniform System of Accounts for water utilities. Can you explain whether and how uniform systems of accounts differ for other types of utilities?
On this section, they are all the same. The electric USOA says exactly the same thing. The gas USA says exactly the same thing. And I think here is the gas USA. This is the FERC USA for gas. If we go down till we find that B, okay, that was, okay, should be. Right there, I think we missed it. B, at the time of retirement of depreciable gas utility plant, this account shall be charged with the book cost of the property retired and the cost of removal and shall be credited with the salvage value and any other amounts recovered such as insurance. So, and we have another page here, which is this same thing for electric. The electric and the gas say exactly the same thing, although one might say gas plant, one might say electric plant. But in all cases, so there's no valid reason for any confusion on what the USOA says. They all say the same thing. At the time of retirement, the cost of removal is charged to, paid for out of the depreciation reserve. So I provided very accurate and very supported testimony, and Mr. Spanos said I was incorrect.
Please turn to page 9 of Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony. Starting on line 14, Mr. Spanos stated in response, I believe, to your testimony, this is a flawed premise. Net salvage accruals should not be expected to be the same as recent net salvage expenditures. What's your response to that?
This absolutely misrepresents my proposal and it misrepresents my testimony. This is a page from my testimony. The net salvage incurred costs for the accounts listed total, I can't see exactly, 258,000. My accrual recommendation for net salvage is 521,000. I am not, if I was doing as he said, I would be proposing 258,000 accrual for net salvage. That is not what I'm proposing at all. I am proposing higher, significantly higher than the incurred or cost. So again, it's a simple misrepresentation of my testimony. He's not responding to my testimony. He's misrepresenting it and then responding to his own misrepresentation.
Thank you. I'm page 12 of Mr. Spanos's rebuttal testimony, starting on page line 22. It says, for example, the estimation of net salvage is set too low. The future cost to retire that asset may exceed what current customers, i.e. the customers who received service from that asset, have paid during the asset's service life. This is inequitable since a future generation of customers will bear the cost of retiring an asset that provides them no service. Do you have a response to that?
Certainly. If you look at my proposal, now my real proposal, as you can see, the 258,000, that is what is being taken out of the reserve. That's the costs that are being taken out of the reserve for net salvage each year, average. I am proposing that the ratepayers put 251,000 a year into the reserve. So the idea that somehow my recommendation would mean the reserve would run out of money in the future makes no sense whatsoever. I have recommended the ratepayers put a lot more money into the reserve each year than is coming out of the reserve. So to characterize that as penalizing making something unpaid so the future ratepayers have to make up for some deficiency is incorrect. We are growing the reserve significantly.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think you might have misspoke. You said 251. You meant 521?
521, yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I'm putting 521 in the reserve if you accept my recommendation. And 258,000 is coming out of the reserve. And both of these are for net salvage, by the way. I'd also point out the 251,000 that I recommend be put in the reserve is based on the plant in service as of the end of the year 2022. This is converted into depreciation rates. What that means, and then each year the company correctly takes whatever rate you approve and they multiply it by the plant in service that is then in service. So if some years from now, there is 30% more plant in service, this number will not then still be 521,000. It will be 30% higher than 521,000. So it grows the dollar amount the ratepayers are paying for net salvage grows right along with the plant growth in the future. So this is I've got a very generous margin. There is no deficiency that future ratepayers will have to worry about.
And on page 9 of Mr. Spanos's rebuttal testimony, again, starting at line 22, he says the annual net salvage recorded in a given year is a function of the number of assets retired. For example, if 100 services were retired in a given year, the net salvage cost would be much less than 1,000 services than if 1,000 services were retired. By using a ratio of net salvages to retirement, the traditional method recognizes this relationship. Do you have a response to that statement?
This misrepresents what Mr. Spanos is doing. He is not dividing the net salvage incurred dollar amounts by the number of assets. He's divided by the original cost. The original cost depends upon when the asset went in service. It's recorded back when that asset went in service. So if something went in service 50 years ago, the original cost was recorded in dollars 50 years ago, which is a very small number. If the asset went in service 5 years ago, it would be a much larger dollar amount, but that still is the same asset. If, for example, someone told us that that today they retired $2,000 worth of services. We don't know if that's one service line or it's 10 services lines. If that was a service line that was installed a few years ago, $2,000 retired original cost might be one service line. If those lines were installed decades ago, $2,000 of original cost retired might be 10 lines. So to say he's dividing by the quantity retired is absolutely not true.
Thank you. Page 24 of Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony, starting at line 13. He says this amount is fairly small because there have been relatively few retirements in the period Mr. Dunkel studies. The plant balance as of December 31st, 2022 is $464,642,811. However, in the past 5 years, the average annual retirements have been $321,550. The average service life for the account is 65 years, which is the same as Mr. Dunkel has used. In order to obtain the average service life, annual retirements will need to increase significantly in the future from the current level to obtain the average service life. What's your response to that?
I have told you his mathematics, I call it apples divided by oranges, because he is dividing recent dollars by original cost dollars, which are from decades ago. Here he is comparing apples to oranges. The 321,000 that he says is retired, that's the original cost that of investments that recently retired, and they were so old they retired. So these are assets that have retired. This is the original cost recorded decades ago. And he says that's a small number. And then he compares that with the current plant and service amount. So again, he's comparing original costs recorded decades ago, which are small because of what the dollars were back then, and trying to compare that with current dollars or more recent dollars. Again, he's trying to mislead you. You cannot compare dollars recorded decades ago with current dollars and make any assumption based on that other than you don't know what it's talking about. I can give you a good example of how much difference, I've given you, matter of fact, in my testimony, I've given you the CPI. You can look at that and see how much difference there is between a current dollar and a dollar in the past. When I graduated from U of I with an engineering degree, when I first went to work, well, first of all, today, in today's dollars, hiring a new engineer just graduated costs $80,000 to $100,000 a year. When I was hired, in dollars back then, I got $10,000 a year, and that was a good salary. But if anyone makes a comparison and tells you $100,000 worth of engineers, if they're talking about today, that's one engineer. They're talking about decades ago, 100,000 is 10 engineers. So he's playing the same game. Compare old dollars to new dollars and hope you don't notice there's a difference.
Thank you. On page 14 of Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony, he creates a hypothetical. On line 20, he says that prior to it retiring at age 40 in each year of the pump's life.
Slow up just a second here. Page 14?
Yes. Line 20.
Okay, yes.
In each year of the pump's life, the recorded amount of net salvage would be $0. And on page 15, starting at line 5, Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony says, Mr. Dunkel's approach would be inequitable. His method would charge customers for none of the net salvage costs from year 1 through 39, then require customers in year 40 or over a period of time after year 40 to bear most of the cost to retire the pump after its retirement. This occurs because his method is based on the dollar level of costs that have been recorded in the recent past, which in this example is $0 until year 40. Under this hypothetical Mr. Spanos created, what would the net salvage percents be each year from year 1 through 39?
Can we run this so we can see the headings at the top? What Mr. Spanos did, first of all, in my testimony, I'll have to find it. As I stated in my testimony, any historical analysis of historical data requires there be historical data. If there is no historical data going back several years or several decades, you cannot analyze historical data if there is none. So I said that in my direct testimony. Mr. Spanix ignored that. He made it up an example where there is no historical data and you're just looking at one unit that just went in service and you have no idea from historical data what's going on. Given that, and in his hypothetical, it lives for 39 years and year 40 it retires. So he says, well, the retirements, again, let's stay at the top. The net salvage amount, since you would have no retirements the first year, would be zero, and the same as the second year and third year and fourth year up till year 39. So he says, this proves my method would not work. I'm looking at the net salvage column and they're all zeros. So I would allegedly charge nothing for depreciation or for net salvage because I'm looking at a column of zeros. What he failed to mention is the column he uses, which then is the net salvage percent, is calculated by taking the net salvage amount, the same column I look at, and divide it by the retirements that year. Any time you divide zero by any number, you get zero. So his column under his hypothetical would also be 0%, but he didn't mention that. So he says this example proves Mr. Dunkel's analysis is incorrect because he's looking at a column of zeros. He's looking at a column of zeros. Now, I've got two questions. The first is, why would he do this when he already knows you have to have historical data? And I said that in my testimony. And the next question is, if he has something really wrong with my method and my proposal, why isn't he explaining what's really wrong with it instead of creating an example that is obviously misleading?
Thank you. On page 16 of Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony, starting at line 8. Mr. Spanos says that is more than 3 times the number of services will be retired at age 57 than at age 10. What is your reaction to that statement?
Certainly. He is correct. When we look at historical data, I look at the last, what actually the cost of removal, the net salvage dollar amounts in the last 5 years. I also look at the last 10 years, just to be sure there's nothing strange about the last 5 years. So when we're looking at what has actually retired in the last 5 or 10 years, we are looking at retirements of investments that are old enough that they're retiring. We are not looking at investments that retired when they were 10 years old, because that's not when they retired. He had, I think we showed it earlier in his testimony, this same bell curve that I show here that shows the most retirements occur, I think it was age 57 was the maximum. The amount that retires at age 10 is very small. So when I'm looking at past data, past actual retirements, I'm looking at equipment that was, 40, 50, 60 years old when it retired. Now, his point was, if we think we are looking at my past data was data that was 10 years old when it retired, then in the future, the retirement amounts will go up. I'm not looking at equipment that was 10 years old when it retired. I'm looking at equipment that was 40 or 50 or 60 years old. If you look at this curve and you start with 40 or 50, 60 years old, you say, are the retirements going to go up? The quantity of retirements 10, 15, 20 years from now? No. It goes over the hill and it goes down. So if you're looking at a vintage that's old enough to be retiring, the quantity that's going to retire in that vintage later on, 20, 40, 50 years in the future, is going to be less than retiring now. So he just made up the idea we're looking at 10-year-old stuff, in which case the retirements would be rising in the future. If we're looking at 40-year-old stuff, which is what actually retires, the retirements in that vintage will be less in the future than they are now.
Thank you. On page 19 of his rebuttal testimony, starting at line 11. Mr. Spanos, there's a question there that says, this example was for a single vintage. Do the same concepts apply to real world property accounts that include many vintages? Can you illustrate how the many vintages which exist in the real world work?
Yes. Again, this is the same curve that Mr. Spanos showed that we talked about before. But it shows what really, this company has been in business, for decades. We even talked about earlier about a dam that was built in 1891, for example. What you really have is the different vintages are doing this retirement curve. And they stack up. All of them aren't following the same curve. If you look at any line there, any year there, you will see some of the retirements are coming from vintages that at their peak. Some are vintages that are still going uphill. Some are vintages are at the top of the hill and some vintages are going downhill. So you cannot say, based on this, based on what happens to one vintage, I can forecast that it's going to get higher or lower in the future, the quantity of retirements. And the next page, what we did here is we took all the retirements that are occurring in all those different vintages that I just showed, and this is really the long-term trend of total retirements you would be seeing. It's a fairly gentle uphill slope, not fast, not quick, but simply growing right along with the company's number of customers, for example. Now, of course, in the real world, it won't be a perfectly straight line. Each year the retirements will not be 1% higher than they were last year. But in the long run trend, it's a gentle upward slope of quantity, some years high, some years low, but that is what you're really looking at. And that's one thing I consider when I'm saying let's collect more than the recent actual cost of removal or net salvage cost, because I know from experience over the years, the number rises somewhat over time, and I very generously allowed for that effect.
Thank you. Staying on page 19 of Mr. Spanos' rebuttal, he creates a hypothetical in which there are 100,000 pumps and each pump has an original cost of 5,000. The total net salvage for all 100,000 pumps being 100 million and the average service life being 40 years. On page 21 of Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony on line 6, he says, if Mr. Dunkel's approach were used and a net salvage allowance was established based on this average cost of $1 million, then the company would recover $1 million per year through depreciation expense for net salvage. The result is that the company would not recover the necessary $100 million in future net salvage and instead would only recover $40 million. What is your understanding of how Mr. Spanos calculated that $40 million?
Well, I think we already established this. He assumed 1,000 units retire a year times $1,000 cost of retirement. So he got 1 million a year. And then he applied that 1 million a year to 40 years, which is the average service life. And what he says is, by the time we reach the average service life, I will have only collected 40, his version of he messes up my proposal, but my version of, his version of my proposal, would only have recovered 40 million, but he says you should have recovered by the time it reaches its average service life, 100 million, which is the full cost of retiring all 100,000 pumps. And I think can we put up a slide that just shows one of Mr. Spanos' graphs? Slide 18. Okay. This is one of the graphs from Mr. Spanos' testimony. And as it says, 45 is the average service life. And go up a little bit, right? What I'd like you to know, just up here up more. No, let me see the bottom. All right. What I'd like you to notice is what happens after age 45. You can see at age 50, there is still some plant in service. At age 60, there is still some plant in service. So what would be happening? He wants us to depreciate so rapidly that all of the investment, all of the net salvage cost on all the investment is fully recovered by the time you reach age 45. But there is still some plant in service after age 45. And what happens properly is when the plant is age 60, for example. And whatever plant in service that is, if it's $50 million in plant in service, the company will properly take whatever depreciation rate you approve. They will multiply it times that $50 million plant in service and will calculate the depreciation expense that year that's charged to the ratepayers. Now, and that includes a recovery of net salvage. So under his proposal, by age 45, we had to recover all of the net salvage cost, including the net salvage on the plant that is still in service after age 45. What happens? Either one of two things. If you keep recovering net salvage after age 45, and he's already recovered all of it, that's a double recovery. It's an over recovery from ratepayers. Or the other possibility, although it's unlikely to happen, if at some point you realized, well, I've already recovered all the net salvage, so I'll drop the net salvage rate to zero because at Mr. Spanos was urging, I've already recovered all of the net salvage, then that's called front loading. You're not recovering it over the life, you're recovering all of the net salvage, even for the plant that's still in service after age 45, from the early ratepayers. That's front loading it. That is, I didn't make this up. That is his proposal. He complains, I didn't recover all 100 million by age 45 for all the units, the cost of removal of all the units. And no, I don't, because that would be front loading. He wants to front load it. That's his own example.
Thank you. Can you please refer to page 12 of Mr. Spanos's rebuttal on line 21? I believe this is my last question.
Line 21?
Yes. Mr. Spanos references a first inequity. Then starting on line 27, he says, the second form of inequity is related to the distribution of depreciation charges over the life of an asset. For example, if depreciation expense is higher in the earlier years of an asset's life and lower in later years, or vice versa, this also is inequitable because one generation of customers pays a higher share than the next. In my professional opinion, the first example of intergenerational equity is the more harmful to customers. Do you agree with Mr. Spanos' testimony that it's not a major problem if depreciation expense is higher in the earlier years of an asset's life and lower in the later years?
No, I don't. This again, what he's urging is an acceptance of what is called front loading the costs. Loading a disproportionate share or all of the costs on the early ratepayers. And we're talking about the net salvage costs in this case. That is what he's trying to urge you not to think that that is a significant problem. It is a problem. It is unfair to the early ratepayers to front load the costs. So I definitely disagree with this. I would point out my firm, half of our cases, we work on behalf of the staff or the commissions. So I am used to, and I do in this case, present depreciation rates that I consider in the public interest. Investors certainly should be considered. They have fair interest. But when you're doing the public interest testimony, you also have to consider the interest of the ratepayers. Front loading is in the interest of the investors, but it is not fair. It's not reasonable. I know Mr. Spanos doesn't really testify for commissions or staffs. So, but I look at it different. I look at it, what is fair to the investors and what is fair to the ratepayers. And front loading, which is what he's urging, is not fair to the ratepayers.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Dunkel is available for cross.
Okay, and we are going to pick that up in the morning. So in the morning, we will do cross-examination of Mr. Dunkel, beginning with the authority staff. I'll just go over two administrative matters before we close for the evening. According to my records, we added about 9 late files today, so we're up through late file exhibit 83. And I also am showing 1 open read-in S. So I will check on read-in S as in Sam first thing tomorrow. If folks will indulge me, obviously we're coming toward the end of our proceedings here. If folks have the agenda in front of them, if you could take a moment to consider whether you anticipate a significantly different upward trajectory of your cross than is listed on the remaining panels for any of our remaining panels. I'm just trying to get a feel for what time we might wrap tomorrow. Attorney Bogan, any? I'm sorry, yeah.
Thank you, Chairman Gillette. Quite the opposite, as I think I indicated at the commencement of the hearings last Monday. My cross-examination estimates moved down from 30 minutes to reserve the right. I think with Mr. Dunkel, I had 30 minutes. I don't believe it's going to be more than 15 minutes, if any.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other parties or interveners who think that you're going up versus what's on here? Okay, I appreciate you indulging that question. I think we are still gonna have to take a lunch break tomorrow, but hopefully we will wrap in the early afternoon. So if you have any closing administrative matters, obviously we'll see everyone back for late file exhibit hearings next week. But if you have any closing administrative matters pertaining to the evidentiary hearings, I will ask that you be prepared to raise those tomorrow as it is, I'll knock on wood for everyone. It looks like we're gonna be done tomorrow. So anything further for this evening? All right, if not, we'll see everyone back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Very nice.